Now we'll see. It usually takes about maybe 3 minutes for Wisebot to kick in. And Wisebot should give us a good idea if it's, you know, and that will mirror whatever comes up on Twitch, I think. Okay, let's get this going. Yeah, it takes about 3 minutes for Wisebot to kick in, I think. Or usually I think it's 30 seconds after my first message. Oh, welcome back, Phoenix. Now we'll see, we'll give Wisebot a chance to kick in, Phoenix, and see what Wisebot says. It usually mirrors whatever seems to be there. We're still on the game. Maybe that's all it needed. Maybe it was as simple as that. One manual reset. Hard to know. Now I'll try Twitch Live in about 2.5 minutes. Usually it takes anywhere from 3 to 6 minutes to show up on live. But so far it's kind of looking good. It's hard to know because I stopped the game but didn't turn off my console. But it's a good start. That's not too bad. Where's my bed? We'll see what time it is. Just use the Wisebot command if registered. It happens again, no big deal. I can always help you fix it. Yeah. And I appreciate your help, Phoenix. It's extremely kind of you to help. You see, I'm always at a disadvantage with stuff like this, you know? Never really took the time to... I'm too old now. I never really took the time to do much of this. Whereas kids today, you know, from 6, 7 years of age, they're on PCs and laptops, and they'll learn pretty quickly. I find it all too frustrating. You know, let's say you follow some kind of instruction and it says do this, and then you get to where you're supposed to do this, and there's nowhere where you can do it. And they didn't mention, let's say, if you've got to clear a cache from something, well, the cache is not actually on that. It's on something else. They always assume, you know what I mean, that this is common knowledge. It can get very frustrating, Phoenix. Now, let me see if I'm in that section now. I downed it in 4 minutes. I'll just check. Nah, it's kicked me out. It's like hit and miss. I think I changed the title about 10 times. One time to get it to work. Then the next day it wouldn't work, you know? I don't know what the problem is. Oh well. Right, let's carry on with this. It's not a permanent fix anyway. But I needed to know. Okay, let's see what we can do on this. You just re-added it. Just the same as I would, isn't it? Yeah, just get into the stream title, re-add it. I've done that several times myself. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it takes 3 times, but most of the time it won't show at all. It's like a lucky dip. And, you know, if I was to spend an hour trying to get it to display every time I'm streaming, that would be, you know, kind of pointless, wouldn't it? Now, okay. Well, enough about that. Let's get on with this. So, oh, I forgot to save the last one, didn't I? Silly me. Yeah, I forgot to save it. Alright, let's get these pieces in. I think we scared him off, yeah. Oh, hi, Mad Monkey Gaming. Hi. How are you? How have you been keeping? Have you been having any problems with your channel, Mad Monkey? We've been having an absolute ton of problems here. About 2 weeks ago, the channel views counter froze, literally. But I think it's that way across every channel. I've been looking. I don't know if you've noticed it, but for the last 4 days we've been dealing with this really big issue. We cannot seem to get our game displayed on Twitch Live. It's kind of hit and miss. We keep adding the tag. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I was on to Twitch and, you know, they get me to run around saying there's nothing wrong on their end, when there's definitely nothing wrong on my end. You know, the setup is exactly the same. There's no, just direct, you know, from my console, no changes. The only difference is, you know, Twitch had a couple of updates the other day. Now, right, let's get these pieces in. Okay, yeah, we need to fix these top ones. This will take a while doing this kind of decoration. But that'll be a big piece done. So, let's get on with building. There's not much we can do about that stream at this point. Now, we need a ton of these guys. we need to set these correctly. I think this will go quick enough. It's the other ones are a little harder to do. That's pretty decent, but you see what I mean? It looks okay. Yeah, it's not bad. Looks pretty decent. Yeah. That would work. We'll get the third one in and finish this wall. Yeah, but that's the way it's been in Phoenix. Every time we stream, sometimes we get it on to work after changing the stream title several times, but most times, no, it just won't work. Now, yeah, that's pretty good. That would probably work. Seems to be lined up. There's something iffy about that one, isn't there? And I don't want to drop this guy. I suppose I could if I wanted to. It wouldn't take a lot. Something way off about this. Oh, I see. Silly, silly, silly me. I know exactly what the issue is here. I won't be a minute at this one. There it is. That's what we'll do. A little clip in like that, but we can't be doing it on that edge. That one is pretty much, baked into that one as well, isn't it? Okay, let's see. There. That's it. We got it. We got it. This needed a little bit of attention. Okay. Yeah. That's exactly what we're needing. Ah. Maybe a little high. That's the one. There. That's one side entirely done. We can use that neon on it later, I'd say. So how far did you make it in the other game? I've got a good bit of the area cleaned out, Phoenix. You know, I was doing some grinding, getting out the little side quests, collecting the stuff. You know, the kind of stuff I like to do, just clearing out a section. Yeah, got a good bit done. The game kind of drags because it's hard to get around with... oh, hello. Welcome back, Hufflepuff. Yeah, we stopped our stream and checked it again. And thanks again for the host, Hufflepuff. Appreciate it. And no, we couldn't get it displayed a second time. So yeah. It's something got to do with... Well, it's definitely on Twitch's side. Because if there was something from stopping it being displayed here... You know, we couldn't get it to work at all. There would be no 50-50 chances and all of that. So, it's definitely from Twitch's end. Which I've known that anyway, because I didn't change anything. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I'm just on Xbox, you know? So yeah, just doing grinding. I'm kind of sorry I didn't play that tonight, but I did that yesterday. But seeing as this channel is not working properly anyway, I would have been as well to, you know, I wanted to get that done anyway. Yeah, well. There's always tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll be going like that down the other side. So, that's the kind of look I'm going for, guys. Pretty posh nightclub. Then I can do some stuff on this. I have some plans for this one, which might or might not work. I'll be using a lot of that kind of gold trim, but at least it's not a big area, you know. Well, hopefully. Oh, hi, Lyle. Yeah. We kind of know the problem. It's like Twitch is not identifying the stream, the game, and showing it in any category. Phoenix changed the title, and it came up. So what we did, he did it manually. But I think it's the same thing I was doing. Then we stopped the stream and started again to see if it was fixed, but no. It didn't display, you know, the second time. And I'll try it again now and we'll see. Wisebot didn't kick in, so... That's weird, Phoenix. I seen something very weird. Oh, yeah. Yeah, which it means exactly. Which means, yeah, it's not their fault. This is very weird. You changed the title, Phoenix, to Fallout 4. I seen it coming up on Wisebot myself. Right? Listen to this. In the box that I have, which I originally displayed it in, Fallout 4 building. That's still there. Isn't that pretty weird? It bypassed the box, the one where I'm supposed to set it from my stream. There's a different tag. That is pretty funny. You just put in Fallout 4. On mine Fallout 4 building, is there? That's weird. Let me try and put in Fallout 4 as well. Match the two tags. The one you sent and the one I have. But the tags, this is what I'm saying. The tags don't really make a difference. You know, because you can put what you want in the box. How many streams have we seen where you don't even mention the game? You know, stuff like it's my birthday or, you know, my first playthrough. You know, they don't even really. It's just really a box for you know, putting what you want on a stream. Yeah, you put Fallout 4 in the category. I put Fallout 4 building. Let me see exactly what I put in. Yeah, I put in Fallout 4 building smiley face. Oh, hi MJ. Yeah, I'm able to stream, but I'm not able to display. I can only stream to my followers, and not to Twitch. But when you changed the category to Fallout 4, Wisebot picked it up. But the category you put in, let's say the text you put in, is quite different to the text I put in, which is still displaying. So let me just change it to Fallout 4 as well. Okay, I changed it to the same thing. Yeah, it's showing Fallout 4. Because Phoenix changed it to Fallout 4. But on my stream, let's say, it's Fallout 4 building, smiley face. That's confusing, isn't it? Oh, let's keep going with this. I think Twitch has been messing around. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that's the one I put in. Oh, hi, Mikey boy. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. Yeah, we've been having major problems with this silly channel. It's not displaying. So, how have you been keeping, lazy boy? Hope you've been doing well. I spent over the last 2 days a total of about 10 hours wiping stuff, reinstalling it, clearing cookies, you know, putting back in accounts, trying to clear the bug, whatever it is. But I think, Lyle, how it works with Twitch, I don't think it's even Twitch. I think it's some third party in some other outsourced country. And they send you around in a loop. You don't actually do anything physically. I think most of the time you just get automatic kind of standard messages about troubleshooting. Then when you bother them too much, a guy will send you an email saying, you know, no problem on our side. And then you're pretty much stuck. I think really that's how it goes with with those guys. Feeling better today after I told my bosses I will only be doing the minimum amount of work. Yeah. Because working hard, yeah, gets you nowhere. Yeah, and that's the law. They can't get you to work, what is it? More than a certain amount of time. I don't know what the law is in your country. Oh, I'm fine, thanks, Mikey. I hope you're doing well also. No, I have no Facebook. Hmm. No, the only thing I have is Twitch. Strangely enough. Now that's not exactly what I wanted. I wanted this to be sunken a lot more. So I need to put something like this here on this side, and then we'll get our guys to work. Now we'll just create a little thing on that side. Not exactly where I wanted to go with this, but well, we've got no choice. Where is that thingy? You see the problem with this? That's a major problem. I wonder, could I move the door down? Because if I could, it would save me a ton of hassle, but I don't think so. You know? Oh, under no circumstances we could. Let's see. No. I don't think that would really work. That could be a bit iffy. We definitely need some kind of access out here. I can't just seal it up. See, I wanted a little kind of backyard out there. I don't know how I'm going to manage with this one. I could do 2 half ones. We could push it up. But that still won't. Okay, I could try something like this, guys. Hang on a moment. There's one more thing I could try. Which I wanted there anyway, to be honest. Well, that's okay. Well, I'll have to pull that out a little bit in a second, but I'm thinking something like this. Now we need to push this back one piece. If we can. Okay. Like this. Come on now. Oh. There you go. There. Now, let's see. how this would go. Ah, such a pity. It would have to be doubled. Well, if it needs to be doubled, it needs to be doubled. And that will be our little spot going out there. Well, if we're going to go like that, we might as well go the whole hog. Because I need to block off this side a little bit anyway. What's my gamer tag? On Xbox, is it? Yeah, on Xbox it's Croc 36953. Yeah, that's what it is. Just Croc and then 36953. That's my gamer tag. If you have Xbox, yeah, you could add him there. Yeah, this might work, guys. Because I need to spread out this area regardless. And now is a good time to do this. There, that's the one I need. Okay. 2 half ones it is. No, 1.5 one there for it. Come on. Oh my. Call is frustrating is an understatement. There. Come on. See, I need a full piece. These half pieces are just gonna... There. Now. Come on. There we go. That will do. That's all we need. And I know exactly what I'll do with this. I have a plan. We needed to break down this anyway, so... This would be a good way to do it. Come on. Something like this. One more and then we'll... This, I think, will definitely work. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. There. There we go. That would work. I definitely needed to break this down. Croc man, you should have went and got Hancock for his place. He would have been perfect. I might chance it, bringing in followers for this one, because I'm only doing one. I don't care about bugging out quests. Yeah, I might bring in followers for this one. Any ghoul followers. Yeah, we'll have a Hancock running the place. Yeah, and maybe actually make it a Hancock bar. Using ghoul dancers. I think I might chance it. I don't mind bugging the quest because I'm not going to be doing any quests. View way I can message me. Thanks for that, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Croc the Dude Meister. Something like that. But let's say a more cleaned up version. And we call it like something like Hancock's slightly indecent nightclub. But this will break it down. That's what I really needed from start to finish. Now, how we'll work this then is I will use the pillars on this little guy. I think this will work. 57. I needed to cover the door entrances regardless anyway. There. 1, 2. Come on now. 3. That's perfect lining. 1, 2, 3. And then on the sides we'll get the other thing, and then I can fit the corners, and that would be absolutely perfect. Yeah, I think we got it. The Croc Man's Gentleman Club. Hancock's Hangover House. All great names, guys. Okay, at least we got our layout now. It's not the biggest, well then this is, you know, Hangman's Alley. We should be able to get some rooms up top. Now, somebody tried to contact me. I'll be able to check that out later. Now, this is what I'm thinking. Alright, just one more time. Excuse me. There's a few ways of doing this. Now we can do it that way, which will probably be the best. Now, if we use the other guys, you see, I'll show you the other guys here. It's actually not a bad plan that I have, but we'll see. Here, let me save this. I'm going to do a little bit of experiment on this one. I actually have a plan that might work. And it shouldn't throw it off too much. Hancock's house. Voltec guy too. His creepiness is perfect. Yeah. We'll try and get some followers in here. Oh, it was you. Ah, I'll message you. Ah, I see. Oh, that's right. I got an alert from that. Yeah, I'm silly. I forgot about that, Phoenix. You could be a 2-stage booking, MJ. Gamble and drink with me. Steep in and away with you. Get them coming and going. Yeah, I forgot about that, Phoenix. Ah, here it is. And that's it. Yeah, I just replied now and it's all in the chat. Yeah, silly. I forgot you just added me. Get a good hotel. Yeah, we're golden. Piper's pipe cleaning service. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Now, one little thing I'm going to check before we carry on. Okay, we're displaying again, guys. Yeah, we're displaying again. What I need to do is... maybe it's clearing itself out, who knows. Let's not worry about it. Okay, right. This is what I'm thinking. Let's make sure we save this. Yeah, we saved it. Now, what about this, guys? That's what we'll do. We'll try and get, you know, some of our followers in. Might get all of the followers in. We see, well, hopefully it won't. I don't think it will cause me a crash. It messes up the quest, but we're not doing quests, so who cares about the quests? But we'll definitely be using Hancock anyway. And maybe Hancock might be enough. We won't push it. You know, he's the only ghoul in the game. Yeah, we'll get Hancock running this place. And some ghoul dancers, and then raiders, let's say. Yeah, that would work. Now, this is what I'm thinking. And I have a plan for this one. So, this need not just be a wall. Again, we've got to go to these guys. Here. Now, obviously, we need these. Now, we'll probably only be able to use these two. Okay, just get rid of that for a moment. We don't have to use all four, I'm afraid, but... Gotta see where I'm going with this one. Now, let me show you these guys. It's not that one. Come on, I know you're there somewhere. Where's the one I'm looking for? Ah, pity. No, we can only use that one. Oh, hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Hang on for just one moment. See, my only problem is the stupid ends. That's such a pity. You know, it won't seal. And that would just open the 2 doors. I don't want any more doors here. That's a pity. Okay, we'll have to go with the original plan. Or to try. I kind of did that to myself, didn't I? Okay. That was a good plan, but failed. But this won't fail. Come on. There. And I can put a chair on that. Announcement. Piper in a maid's outfit, seriously. There is the Mary Jane maid's outfit, but I couldn't use it. It's way too... It's way too X-rated. Yeah, it's really X-rated. Now, it's actually not bad. But I don't know if I can do it with this. You see, it's going to really push it in, and it will force me to do the same on that side. I don't really want to pull this one apart. But let's see. Well, this... You see, I would have to, wouldn't I? You see, you've got the half pieces, and that was a killer from the very start with this one. I know it's a word, guys, not really. Just for that. You see, by putting this in it, it's a bit off. You know, from the other stuff. Okay, we'll go with our original one. Well, more to try. As long as I don't show. You'll be pretty okay, yeah. You'll be pretty okay. I'm going to hit the hay. Cheers for the stream. Take care all. And I hope you get a good rest, Mikey boy. And I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And yeah, I think you were quite right. You know, just do the hours that you want to do. There's no point in, well, long term anyway, trust me. There's no point in, you know, doing too much. You know. An employer will never appreciate the time you put in anyway. So yeah, I think wise decision there. So take care, Mikey, and stay safe. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Bye. Okay, we'll just do it. We can always go for this skin if we want to, but the last thing I want to do is... Well, I'll have to double up on this. But maybe not. I should be able to round them, I think. Should be. I think I got this to work before. Hey, that's it. That's way better. Yeah, that's a better plan. No, obviously it looks a little bigger on the other side, but we can't be pushing that out too far. There, that's perfect. And then we can put the chairs on the outside. That's what I wanted. There, that's not bad, guys, is it? Yeah. That's what we're looking for. I'll do the little corners in a moment. Shouldn't take long now. Is FGS going to have his own private table? Of course. Of course. Something like FGS Bar and Lounge. Yeah, he's going to be in the VIP section. Of course he is. Yeah, I hope you have a good one, Mike. There we go. Now, you see the dance floor? I'm really considering changing this dance floor. Wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world to do. I'm still kind of, yeah, into that bit there, but I have another plan for that one. Now, let's see what we have here. This will have to be left open. I don't think we can do that. There, well, especially after what we've done. Oh, we'll see. Here, we'll see. I'm happy enough for that one. I think that would work. It's a pity about the flooring. But I could red carpet this. We could have a large hallway coming in. We could have a large hallway coming in. Some tables and stuff around the dance floor, or bar over here. And here, I'll sort something out. And this is where I want to put my stairway coming up on the outside. You know, for there. I'm just kind of hung up a little bit on this. Just a tiny bit. Now there's another thing we can do. It's pretty weird. Well, we'll have a look at that in a moment as well. We're perfect. Now, we'll use those doors. They're not auto closers, but they really kind of work here with the trim. This didn't work too good either, did it? I'll have to do something. Maybe a little peak or something over that in a second. That will have to come down. We'll put a balcony up there. So, we can red carpet this, and I can knee on the edge. That wouldn't be an issue. So, if that's the case, we'll be red carpeting this and neoning the edge as well, most likely. Well, from here at least. But let's see. Not a great place, you know, for our dance floor, to be honest. And kind of hung up on getting it in front of the bar, but maybe that might not be that practical. Now, and there's another way. We don't have to put both pieces together, you know. I was thinking of a few things like that, but my room is pretty bad. The raised one would be easy. It's the room situation. Now, let's have a good look at this. Now, that's roughly about 1 square back and 1 square each way. What if we were to... Okay. What if we were to separate these two? Yeah, there's no law that says we have to have them together. I knew I'd be taking those out for some reason. We'll have to find something that snaps, guys. They're too hard to place. Now, what about something like this? And that way we can have, you know, our two dancers on that. Which might be a better option now. This is our problem, the sides. I would really like to get something to snap on this, but... you know, what do we have? Wallpaper is a waste of time, so... it's definitely going to be snappy. Snappy house. You see, maybe if we get these on, you know, we might get a snap on them. I doubt it, it's just too... oh, hang on. Possible. Oh, hang on. I have a brilliant idea. Get that out of there for a moment. Where's the... oh my god, where did I see it? It's ideal for this. Stupid trim. Where did I see it? Well, wood is not the way to go, but there's trim here somewhere. I'll probably never find it. Combat zone trim. It was pretty similar to this. It wouldn't fit anyway. Okay, then there's okay, we'll try this one. Here they are. They're the ones. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They would work. They would work perfectly. Oh no. That would work. And then we glass it over, we put a bottom on that. And we still have that space to run, but it's not taking up so much room. The deco, yeah. The deco steering. Maybe I won't be going with that, but we'll be using a lot of that upstairs. Now, I'm gonna have to do something with the sides. My best option is still the wallpaper, guys, unfortunately. I've got some Go stuff somewhere. If I can actually find it. It might be in here. Not really. Probably the top section. Oh. My. It's a pity about the colour. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? It's no good for what we want, but it's nice. I might be able to work that one, guys, but I'm gonna have to build up a lot, wouldn't I? Huh. Interesting. Really interesting. No, nothing here that we could use. Okay, we'll go with the stuff we were supposed to go with anyway. We'll go with a wallpaper. The same as these ones. Pity. And it will match the wall, so we can't really complain. Now, 57. I think it's about time we finish these pits. Now, obviously, we'll have to change the settings, but because of the trim we have in now, these will go in pretty quickly. Yeah, we'll get them in, we'll get it done. The floor decoration, we'll have to go with rugs here and there, I'd say. That was a really nice one from Fire Harbour, but they don't snap. I could never get them to snap. I might be able to use it in certain areas. Oh yeah, we'll line that. There, that's as easy as can be. We've even got, let's say, the line here. You see it? Well, we'll bring it out to the edge. We will. We will. That would be a better way of doing this, wouldn't it? cut back on the size of the pit as well. Yeah, this would work. There. Yeah, I think this would work. Oh, hi, Tigger. Hi. Hi, Tigger. How are you? How have you been doing? Keeping well, I hope. Yeah, we're going with a raider strip club. And we're going to try and get Hancock in charge with some ghoul dancers. I've got some awesome signs, guys, for ghoul dancers. I've got live nude ghouls. So we're going to get a chance to use those, Tigger. So, how have you been, Tigger? Oh, sure, on guard, yeah? So we're going with a kind of deco look on this. It's been a while since I did anything with this deco. It's been a while. Yep. We almost have this one. I think I'll give it a decent look. Now, off with your head. Yeah, no killing. Just doing laundry. Cool. Yeah, too late. Yeah, that information would have been helpful like 2 minutes ago. Party time is almost over for me. Girlfriend gets out in a few. Ah, nice. Be sure and will I just get this? I think that's it. Yeah, be sure and tell her I said hi. There we go. That's about as neat as it's ever gonna be. Now, I still want these guys. So, come to me. Galaxy flooring. And we'll get that moving back in towards the bar. And there's our pit, guys. And I'll glass it over in just 1 second. And that would work perfectly. We separated the pits. Yeah, much better. Oh, nice, yeah? Got to send the strippers and hookers home, yeah? So that's one of them. We might as well get them out of the way, guys, because they've been holding us up for a while, falling into that pit. Hey, there's a good name for a nightclub. The Pit and the Pendulum. You remember that horror movie? Yes, it was a bit... It was a bit iffy. Yeah, and a pendulum. That was an old one. Working with all wallpaper always sends this whole thing a bit sideways. Oh, we can get this in. This is just simple. Once I've got the trim on the top, this is so easy. Oh my. Okay guys, this is freaking me out. Look at this. This is moving by itself. Okay, let's get some sleep. And let me rechange the settings. There we go. You haven't saved in a bit. Yeah. I'm pretty safe. That's one thing, I suppose, on Xbox. You know, in such a small settlement. But I'll save it this time. Yeah, the last time I saved is when I was putting up this wall. There. Oh, we'll give it a save. We still have a lot of decoration on the walls, but I think we'll get through that reasonably quickly. Unless we don't get little glitches behind them, but I don't think so. I know I've got raider bodies somewhere. If they're static, I totally intend to use them. We'll put them in the pit and we'll glass it over. Who knows, maybe even put some fire animation in there. But it'll probably roast the settlers on top, so the ghouls. I don't want to do that. We don't want fricashy ghoul. Or GFC. Now, let's get these little guys. Yeah, that's kind of freaking me out now. There's something off on that one, guys. It's grid snapping. Why is it grid snapping? Stupid thing. Now, let's really get at the grid snap. Once we get the glass down here, we'll be able to walk around properly without keep falling into these silly pits. There. No. Okay, it's gonna make us work for this one, I'd say. Silly. There. That just got a little bit freaky there. There. Depends on the ground. See, we're getting no hassle from this one, but we got it, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, one more piece. Where are you? Then we put a floor in, and then we'll see what we're going to fill that pit with. Okay. There. Right, that's bit number 2. And that might be deeper, so we'll just be careful. That looks okay. There. There we go, guys. Out from the covering of it, we got it. They're removing the friends list from Twitch. Yeah, I heard that one. Later this month. I've heard that one. Who else here thinks Croc will be able to make some interesting buildings in Minecraft? I've never played it. I'll eventually get around to it. You see, I started off on RPGs. Yeah, the building would have been interesting, I suppose, from the start, but never really came across Minecraft. And then I found the building in Fallout 4, and, you know, quite liked it, so got me interested. But anything, I'm pretty strange, anything got to do with something hard or grindy, oh, it seems to attract me. Eventually. No, never say never. It is a building game. Never say never. It's definitely on my bucket list. Yeah, never say never. Now, that is pretty good. So, I'll change the settings. I'll have a look at these raider bodies. We could do with putting them in before we save this up. That's our pits. Now I'll show you where the bodies are. Oh, hi Dragonborn. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Do you think that Bethesda would change the game engine for Fallout 5? Ooh, I heard an interview from Todd, but apparently they've backtracked on that. Somebody was saying that Starfield is on some different engine. I don't think it's the Unreal Engine, something else. I'm not sure. I did hear Todd say that when they do another Elder Scrolls single player and Fallout, they'll be using the same engine they have now. And he started blathering on about getting its big upgrade. It's going to be the biggest upgrade since, the same thing he's always used every time that engine gets an upgrade. He said it would be awesome when they upgraded from Oblivion, let's say, to Fallout 4, and he said the loading screens would be seamless, and this game is going to be awesome. I know guys who were stuck in loading screens for literally hours. One guy was telling me, I don't know whether to believe him or not, he was stuck in a loading screen coming out a door. So he left on his Xbox to see how long it would take to get through the loading door. He said it took 48 hours, 2 days. Now, I took that with a grain of salt, to be honest. But it's hard to know until it's released. You can never get the truth from these guys. It just works. Sorta. Yeah, kinda. It kinda just works. How are you, MG? How have you been? But the engine, don't get me wrong, guys, it's a good engine. But Bethesda expect too much from it. And then if Bethesda would, at least maintain it, and fix, kind of iron out, the little small stuff. Oh, that's good to hear, MG. It would be obviously a lot better, but Bethesda have a reputation for not fixing things. At the start, obviously, they want to keep momentum going when they release a game. They'll obviously give the patches and that, they'll stick with that maybe for about 3, 4, 5 months, and then pretty much they'll dump it off on the modding community. That's what they always do. Why not, get somebody else to fix your game? Well, it's a pity. It's what we've come to expect, really, isn't it, from Bethesda? The engine is a pretty good engine. It's a really, really old engine. Now, people will say, let's say, when you upgrade, an engine and do all that, it's basically, yeah, I suppose it is, kind of a new engine, but it's based on the old Gamebryo engine. So, I don't know, I always thought you can only maximize, an engine to a certain extent. I really don't know much about it. I've read threads and that, on it, and apparently there's only so much you can do. There's the kind of core script and stuff, and it's pretty awkward to get around. Sometimes it's better, to make a new engine from scratch. But who knows? Yeah, so this is what we're doing, MG. We're building a Raider strip club at Hangman's Alley. We're going to put Hancock in charge of this one, and we've got some dancing poles. We're going to put on these, and I suppose we'll have Hancock as the owner. Well, we're doing this on Xbox, and we're using the free stuff from Bethesda. But it's not much yet. It still needs a lot of work. But I think this is only day 2, so we will get there. But it's going to take a lot of decorating. The last one I did at MG was King Solomon's Mines at where was that? Sunshine Tidings. And before that, at County Crossing, we did a huge medical centre. That one was probably my longest build. There was a ton of decorating in that one. I think before that, we did kind of remake a Bates Motel as well. We did a White House, and we did a massive build on Spectacle Island. That one took a long time as well. That was a huge cathedral. But this time it's a raider strip club, or nightclub I should say. We've got some interesting signs that we can make work here as well. So, let's have a look and we'll see what we've got. I want to make these some kind of pit. There's some raider bodies in USO, but if they're not static I can't use them. We don't want them colliding all over the place. We'll have a look and we'll see. Now, where these are is another thing. I've probably in teams. Raider. No, it's definitely not there. Miscellaneous. Ah, here they are. You see, they're not static. And if they're not static, they're useless to me. And they'll just drop, I'd say. We'll see. Oh no, they're static. They're static. They might work. Spitty didn't give them heads. Okay. It could work that way, not really. You should have put heads on these. It's a pity these are so rough. Yeah, I might have a place for these guys as well eventually. But it's these I want to work on. I just put one body in the center. I don't want to overdo it. I'll change my settings and then we'll get them just above the flooring. Oh, okay. Global collision check. Grid snapping. There. That's the best I can do. Let's see if we can move them up. So, get these guys in. I wouldn't mind a bit of flame animation here. You know, if it didn't burn me, let's say. Because we will be getting dancers up here. God, that's a really nasty body, isn't it? Surely there's something better than that. They're not bad, maybe with a light. But they're really rusty and horrible. I might have bodies in... No, they're not static. Let's check this one. I've seen one somewhere, maybe it was here. No, we'll have to go with those. I think that would be the best chance we have. Ah, here we go. This is the raider stuff. No, just the bathtub. I don't think we could put that guy in. Pity. Humorous. Get help. Was it something? Get help. We love your kidneys. Nah, we'll go with this. Yeah, we'll go with the other one. Okay. Don't have a ton of stuff here, to be honest. Not a ton. There. That's the Rust Devils. And here's the guys. No, we definitely can use him. That's the only one that would actually... Yeah, that's the only guy we could use. The rest are not in the least bit flat. That will have to do, guys. I'll show you the fire animation. Not sure if we can use that one. It doesn't have to be fire either, I suppose. Oh, it's in decorations, actually. There it is. Now, it's pretty see-through, isn't it? No, it's a bit on the bright side. Okay. Yeah, it will have to be something like that. We'll have to change the settings on that, but I think that might work. Just might work. Right, let's see. It's all about not getting burned when we're standing on the glass. We need oil. Okay. I'll be done with this shortly, and then we'll do the rest of this, and we'll should be able to get our neon in as we go along as well. Neon will probably definitely be the most important in this, you know, being a nightclub. We can do this for a start. We can always change it later if we want to. I tell you, I'd rather... Oh! I just got burned. I'd rather go by these guys here. That would be more sensible. Yeah. I must give it something to aim for. Yeah, you're kind of in my way there. Ah, no. I think we might be just low enough to... No. We're getting burned here, guys, look. They're useless. Okay, we'll have to go with sparks or something. I can fill this place up with cryo smoke as well. Eventually. But not now, because it would just get in the way. Okay. That's a fail. Yeah, they're not bad. Oh. At least we won't be burning our settlers with that one. That will change you in a moment. There. It's not too bad. Okay. It's gotten a bit dark. Now. Oh, it's very dark. Okay. Now, definitely need to get our glass on this. I really don't need to put any more. Well, we do actually need to put a bit more. We can go to the corners as well. We can border it. That's the best we can do with that guy. There. It's kind of weird. Stupid, isn't it? Oh, goodness, this SOE stuff is useless. Seems the more we put in, the worse it gets. Now, we could use a water panel. That's a total waste of time. Absolute drivel. I see the same problem with the smoke animation. Now, I don't think I've got any dirty water to make these panels. It's looking like that, isn't it? I've got to drown this guy. No, I need dirty water. Now, let's try a few different panels. Well, we obviously can't put purified water in. There's some nice gunky stuff. something with a kind of atomic spring. Okay. Let's have a look at that one. Let's have a look at atomic spring. Oh yeah, it's absolutely perfect. It is absolutely perfect. It's way, way better. Look at the glow on that thing. We get some glass over that and we're ready to go. That would work. Way better plan. I didn't know it actually it glowed like that. That's perfect. And it kind of fits with the go bar as well, I suppose. So, we need 2 of those. Oh, hi, Chef. Hi. How have you been, buddy? How have you been keeping? We're building a raider strip club. We're gonna put Hancock in charge here with some good dancers. How have you been? Ah, that's good to hear. What have you been doing with yourself? Working, yeah? A strip club, yeah. I got the dancing poles and stuff from the Mary Jane mod. Although just for a few dancing poles and mats, it took a lot of room. Great timing, yeah. We did a good few builds. We did a White House build. We did a large medical center build. We did a Red Rocket themed biker bar. We did a huge build on Spectacle Island Cathedral. Working a lot. Ah, that's good. That cathedral we based on Salisbury. Yeah, Salisbury Cathedral. We did a few. Ah, lurking. Ah, you've probably seen some of them. Now all we gotta do is change the settings and get those in. But we couldn't ask for a better look than that. That's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Why is the red spark still going? Oh, I didn't take out the sparks from this one. Yeah, the last one we did was King Solomon's Mines. That went pretty quickly compared to the other ones. That was in Sunshine Tidings. You remember that settlement where I built that large space station before? Yeah, there on that one. There, we forgot to get rid of these. That's the worst about those SOE animations. You use too many and they kind of overload. But we don't need them anymore. We're going nuclear waste on this one. There. Now. That would work it. Now we just gotta go and fix our settings. Oh, why thank you, Chef. I'm still in vanilla Fallout 4. Oh, that's cool, yeah. It's, I used to play a lot of vanilla. I actually prefer to play vanilla, but, you know, with the amount of stuff to build with, you know, you get through it pretty quickly. Yeah, we've been having serious problems with Twitch not displaying my live streams. Some stupid update they did the other day. We've been trying to fix it, but we'll give them a while. You know, hopefully they'll work it out. But we haven't got much on this. This is only, I think, day 2 on this one. Well, this is Hangman's Alley. It's a nasty place to get anything done. I'll probably go with a large car park here. You know how buggy this place is on this side, on this section. They're trying, yeah, they're getting rid of the friends list. They've bugged out their entire system. As far as I know, no one's channel views have been adding or clocking up since Wednesday the 18th across everyone's channel. They've rightly bugged it out. Yeah. And what's going to probably happen, even if they do get their channel back together, there will be an unlucky couple of thousand, let's say, and then we'll still have issues that Twitch will just ignore. That's what will probably happen there. But you see, I knew that would happen, you know, once Mixer went down, any kind of competition to it. They'd just do their own thing then, and, you know. A new direction. Would that direction be bugging out their channel and ticking everyone off? If they're going for that direction, it's absolutely perfect. Well, if they're going for a new direction, then they should have, let's say, maybe a separate platform, you know, for other channels. Just have one dedicated to gaming instead of a mix, you know. Yeah, Mixer was way better. But I would never trust them again, you know, to start. If Mixer started up tomorrow, I would never trust them again. You know, you'd be on that platform for a year again, Chef. And Microsoft would decide it didn't want the platform again and dump the whole thing, like they did last time. Once bitten, twice shy. But I didn't expect Mixer to shut, you know, to be honest. If they didn't spend so much money on mercenary streamers, you know, they wouldn't have lost so much money. Like, surely they were getting enough to keep the channel open, to keep the platform open, without doing that. And now, let's say, with Game Pass taking off a bit, and their acquisition of a lot of game studios, it would have been nice, you know, to have their own platform as well. They just try to force it to grow, and, you know, you can't force something like that to grow. But I think the damage will be done on Mixer, you know. They did it quite callously. Yeah, they were looking. Their objectives were all wrong. They should have tied, let's say, the Mixer streaming platform a little bit better into what they were doing. Instead of bringing in guys that paid hundreds of millions of dollars to stream, they would go and then everyone would leave. They should have helped out the smaller streamers that they already had. And I don't, like, help them out, like, let's say, give them some, like, free games or stuff that they could give out, or, you know, pay attention to their channel, fix their channel up, or help them with the little problems they had instead. I'm sure it would have growing, you know. And instead of trying to poach big streamers from other platforms, you know, try to make their own big streamers. Give them a little bit more advertising. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I heard some bad things about Twitch, you know. But all corporate is like that. But I was surprised, to be honest. Usually Microsoft are, what could I say, a little bit more careful about their PR. Oh yeah, it went all wrong, because all they had was small streamers. You know what I mean? Yeah, all they had was small streamers. So basically they ignored anyone that was earnestly there for the right reasons on Mixer. And just give all the attention and help to the guys they hired. They should have doing an affiliate program. That, if they wanted to copy Twitch, that was the way to go. An affiliate program on Mixer. That would have been a bit of encouragement, I would say. There. Now we need to blast this over. We need to glass it over. There's one thing down here I have that might be what we need. I was about to be a partner. At the time, it went down. I know. There was a really good crowd on Mixer. There's a great crowd here as well. But with Mixer there was like an, I don't know, to me it seemed like a slightly older audience. But that was the only way to go. That discouraged a lot of people on Mixer as well. There was just partner, and that was it. There was no affiliate. So, unless you were willing to stick it out for a very, very, very long time, you know, you couldn't put in the hours. It's okay for me, like I'm retired, it doesn't really matter, but you know, for the younger guys. Yeah, that was a pity. It was. That's the thing of the past. Most people now don't even know what Mixer was. It was forgotten pretty quickly. Now we have to line this up pretty sweetly. That's not bad. That's probably where we want to go with that. We need another one in. And then we can put a pause on that. Oh, were you? Oh, that's a long time. No, I was only there about 9 months, 10 months. I think it was 2000, wasn't it? Followers on Mixer. Yeah, I gained traction on Mixer. You know, once I started to settle in. Usually on Skyrim I was that time. Yeah, I remember Beam. Then Microsoft bought it and ruined it. But they did the same with their console, didn't they? Let's say they were riding high with the 360. Um, and then with the PlayStation 1, it broke records on launch. They were actually ahead of Sony at that time. And then once they got to that position, they got arrogant, and then they started selling their PlayStations or their Xboxes, and you had to buy the stupid connecting. I think that used to make it $100 more than the PlayStation. So I started to sell a lot less. And then they came out with you needed to be hooked to the internet to play on them. And that was what, 10, 12 years ago. They still haven't recovered from that one. They're still lagging behind over a decade later because of the mess ups they did there on that. Now again they're starting to gain traction again. We'll see where this one goes. You know, because of them buying up the game studios and, you know, the Game Pass and that. But it seems like every time that Microsoft get to a good position, they mess it up. Seems to be. Oh. This is kind of a decoration, but we need to be able to get around to cover this in, so I suppose now is the time. That's actually not bad. That would probably do. I see. I see. There. That's it. We got it. Let's have a look at that. Yay! That's the one. That would work. Oh, hi James. I had a decent enough sleep, but woke up and can't go back. But did get a few hours at least. How goes the game? Oh, fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well, James. I think this is the wrong point now. Yeah, very strong. Got to go, Croc. No problem, Chef. I'll catch you next time. Keep up the great build. And thanks for stopping by, Chef. It was nice to hear from you again. I hope you have... Well, it's morning now, isn't it? Yeah, I hope you have a good morning. And a great day. Stay safe, Chef. Bye. Yep, that's what we got, guys. I'll put these ones in now and... Oh, Jill, hi. Hi, Jill. How have you been? Not to be funny, but the water looks like we... Yeah. That's why I picked it. That's exactly why I picked it. Yeah, this is a Raider strip club. Honestly, oh, you're exhausted. What was that saying from Lethal Weapon, Jill, with Danny Glover? Remember, he said to what's his name? Oh my brain is frozen. Mad Max, what's his name again? Nope, my brain is gone. Yeah, he said to the other guy, he said, I'm getting too old for this. Mel Gibson. That's the guy. Yeah, yeah. Mel Gibson. I won't say what he said last, but I'm getting too old for this blank. Yeah, that's the one. Mel Brooks. Could have been Mel Brooks as well. I haven't seen him in ages. I think it is, yeah. Now, we'll get these guys in, just to get them out of the way. And now you see why I've used these. We can center them. And that's where we'll have our ghoul dancers. We still have a good bit to do on this. But it's only a small area. How long can it take? Famous last words. There, that's enough for a while. Okay. That's where we'll have our dancers. He goes way back, Ghost, yeah. How have you been, Ghost? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Oh, I know, yeah. I know it's Mel Gibson, Mad Max, The Patriot, Lethal Weapon. Mel Brooks did some comedies. Well, almost exclusively comedies. And spoofs. What was the last one? It was Van Helsing, the last one I've seen him with, where that Canadian guy did Dracula. The guy from The Naked Gun. He played Van Helsing, yeah. He goes way back. Doing alright, just chilling after doing some yard work. Oh, nice. But okay, that's our rough little thing. The neon will really make this place shine up a bit. So, let's get down to business. Just wanted to get I've seen it, yeah. Yeah. They did that Chewbacca thing with that dog, wasn't it? A kind of dog costume. That was pretty funny. Now, right. That's okay for the time being. There we go. That's not bad. John Candy, yeah. Yeah, I remember John. Planes, Trains and Automobiles, Uncle Buck. He was in Splash as well with Tom Hanks, Daryl Hannah. Yeah. He passed away a number of years back, didn't he? Yeah, that was sad. Yeah, I think he played the kind of Chewbacca dog in that one. Yeah, it's a long time since I've seen that one. Now, we'll get working on what we should have been doing this one here. Yeah, he was a great actor. John Candy. Okay, we have to change the settings again for these, but at least we got our layout. But once we start on the floor, the furniture and the decorations, this place will really take off. But we are doing rooms upstairs, but we'll minimalize those to a certain extent, I suppose. Alright, that should be it. Now, hopefully this goes smoothly. just the fine details we need to put in. Did you do a dressing room? Of course not. I might consider it. There's a little place out to the side I might use. Or maybe upstairs. No, like change in the back alley, yeah. We'll get them to change out here. I still have to fix this one up. I haven't really decided what to do. It's just this stuff is going to take some time. It's gonna take some time. Something like that, actually. Oh, this one is not done properly. No wonder. Silly me. No, this has to be, this has to be pushed in. There we go. I was wondering why they didn't go properly. Come on. Now we can level it up. There we go. And one more. Where is that one more? There you are. Yeah, it doesn't have the pieces I want, so I had to make them myself. Well, glitch them together, really. Character's name was Barf. Yeah. That's not bad, but I have to drop these up just a tad. There you go. That's what we're looking for, guys. Something like that. I'm kind of missing Assassin's Creed. I kind of got into the, the collecting and building up my character. There we go. Now we just need 2 corner pieces. Something like we've done here. Then we should be ready to go. I'll get this one in. Cool. I just push. Ooh, not that cool. That seems to be a space. It is. A tiny bit more. There. There we go. There she blows. Get into the grinding, yeah. Do you like the grinding in games like that? I love it. You know, collecting the stuff, not knowing what you're gonna find. You know, sneaking into the hard areas, trying to steal some stuff, getting killed. You'll have to be dropped down a bit, dude. That looks okay. Yep, we're into the kind of decorating phase of it now. I do, it's my favourite part as well. But that's what always attracted me to Assassin's Creed games, and all of them have been grindy like that. Yeah. That's why I'm having a hard time finishing Skyrim, because... Yeah, I have a hard time finishing Skyrim as well, when I'm done grinding. Yeah, I thought I was the only one, Joe. It's the grinding part that keeps me interesting. Keeps me interested. You might enjoy the game, Chief, then. I seen it, yeah. It was free at one stage. Set in an asylum, wasn't it? It wasn't open world enough for me. You know, something as large as possible, the map. Because I love to explore. Yep, I'm the same. It gets less interesting for me once I've done the grinding. I know it's strange. Most people hate grinding in a game. To me, it's my favorite part. You're not great now, are you? There. That's not bad, but it's ever so slightly off. There. Yeah, it looks smaller than the other guy for some reason. But it's not. Let's see if I can pull in on the side on that one. Push this one in a little bit. That's more like it. There you go. There you go. Nice. Yeah, I do as well, yeah. Like, I could watch you and Lily Gray play it every day. And you both have very different play styles. Ah, nice. I would play Oblivion Elder Scrolls until the character... Yep, me too. I've never played without maxing them, and that's on luck as well. But if you pick the right build, it's easy enough, you know, to get 100 on luck. It actually makes it easier You know, dedicating that 1 point every level up, making sure, let's say, well, depending on what you get, you have enough to get 100 for luck. Yeah, me too. Absolutely love the grind. You really have to love the grind to max out a character in Oblivion. It's the grindiest game ever I've ever played. Yeah, welcome to the grind. Probably the grindiest one ever. That's it. We've got it done as far as here. And that solved my little issue here as well. I am tempted to put the last one here. If I could. Let me see what it looks like. Okay. It'll have to be something like this. But still, it's not bad. It's obviously all a mile there. Let's see if we can draw it out. Little fraction. Nope. That ain't working. There we go. That's working. There, guys. I'll do something in the corner later. There, now I can't really. You could put one here. That's after putting the cog wash on it, really, hasn't it? That I'll look at later. Now, okay, we have this grinding to do, and then we'll have a look at the bar, the floor, and all of that stuff. I might start to build up in a moment. We'll get our bedrooms in. Have you run into any bugs yet? Yeah, it was a big job getting my stream to display. But we know exactly what the bug is. Twitch is not recognizing the stream. Like, I had something written into the category, Fallout 4 building, blah blah blah. And, besides Twitch. Oh, no, not really. Well, it's more like kind of glitchy. Yeah, the ground level. It was extremely hard to get carpet on this. It just didn't want to work. We had to actually go with marble. Yeah, we had to go with marble on this. But I might be able to fit something in and maybe rugs later. Or do something with this eventually. We can, just kind of trim it off here in the end. I might go with something like this if I can and glitch them in going across. And then Neo on each side. We just kept changing the game tag, where you write into the box. But it's not writing into the box actually. You know what I mean? That does it. Because you can say what you want. You could be playing Fallout 4. You don't have to name the game. You could be saying, let's say, I'm building today. That could mean anything. It's Twitch. It's supposed to recognize your stream key. And, identify the game you're playing and place it in the right category. And that's what's happening. It's not, or the app, who knows? Yeah. Yeah, the game is supposed to be automatic. The other thing is just if you want whatever you want to write on it, you know? But it's not automatic. We've got to keep trying and trying and trying, and eventually then it clicks in. Sometimes it works within 3, sometimes it could take 10 over an hour period, sometimes it won't work at all. But that's how your app will break down after a while. And it's not just your app, you can change the app for a new app and it will make a difference. You know? Girlfriend is home. So I'll talk to you later. Later, Phoenix. Yeah, thanks for stopping by again. I appreciate it, and thanks for the help. Take care, and stay safe, Phoenix. Bye. But all I can do is stick it out and, see if they eventually fix it. Oh, everything is fine. I hope you're doing well, Roadrunner. How have you been? Well, we got a rough look on this. Nightclub. And now we're going to start... We're going with this kind of fancy design, but it's going to take time. Most of it is placed by hand. But it should work. It should work. So, what you been up to, Roadrunner? And where is my soda? Yep, I get myself some soda. Ah, doing well. Yeah. We can be inquisitive, alright. Oh, just got on. Oh, nice. Yeah, so that's how we're going with this. We might actually teleport Hancock in to take over this place once we're done. Dingy dog today, I tell you what. I've been having a few iffy days myself. But IT always depresses me, to be honest. The irony is, I kind of despise technology. You know, I'd love to live in a really remote area, on a mountain, you know, with a big axe, the beard, you know, the plaid shirt, the whole thing. Except, I like my Xbox and my games. My dog is always clingy too. Oh, sorry, Clingy Dog Day. Ah, I misread that. Yeah, my guy here as well. He's clinging on to me. Max is with me tonight. The other two guys are in the other room. I have a love-hate. Yeah, totally. Totally, that I can understand. Yeah, but this guy was looking for cuddles. But he's over here now. Hello, Max. You're a good dog. Yeah, you're a good dog. You're a good dog. But the other two now will be sulking all day tomorrow because they didn't stay with me tonight. Ah, what can you do? Those, I actually have to push them in the side. Ah, that's okay. It's kind of going on the outside on that one. The irony is, I can't leave them there on that. They'll have to be you know, slightly pushed in because of too many problems I had on the other side. Where is this? We need one in the center. Yeah, it's a little bit longer. Just a tad. Well, you should be able to get through this relatively quickly, I'd say. We'll see how that looks if we get it in close to that. And of course we know how we're doing this one. Ta-da! Haha. Nice. Well, it's kind of going okay. Just leave that there for a moment. Not bad. We just go under a corner once and we got something to grind. It should work out. I was even thinking about, you know, maybe that, but that would be too much. Yeah, it's too much. Yeah, I was with me today. Fallout 4 updated. The mods had to update. Oh. They don't stay with you. Oh, they do, yeah. But sometimes, let's say they stay with my kid. He's just in the other room. And when I say kid, he's almost 18. He's still going to school. So sometimes he likes to have them out there with him. But because Max doesn't agree with Toby and Rex, he stays with me then. But maybe once every 2 weeks I might have him there, but usually the other guys are with me all the time. Getting jealous that we're not getting attention like the dog. Excuse me. But they kind of sulk, let's say, when I don't see me for a while. Okay. So they're like 10 feet away from me in the other room. But to them that's like 10,000 miles. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, pack mentality. Yeah, they can't deny their ancestry, the wolf. And it's that mentality that actually makes them which makes the bond, really, isn't it, with humans? The pack mentality. That's why cats are much different. They're more the lone predator kind of thing. There we go. Seen that commercial too, Croc? Oh, there was a commercial, yeah? There was a pretty good movie released a few years back. It was called Alpha. There's no speaking in it because it was about these prehistoric guys, these cavemen. And the story was supposed to be about, let's say, the first kind of domestication. Fictional, obviously, but not bad. Actually, not bad. It was pretty decent. Now, we're going to have to do some adjusting on this guy. Come on. Now, I suppose we'll run it in at this end. Yeah, Alpha was pretty good. Seen a documentary on how faster pets can go wild. Yeah, pretty quickly. When parts of Michigan towns were deserted. Yeah, pretty quickly they will revert to survive. Oh, hi Yoshi. We had a commercial for dog food about how our dogs came from wolves. Not sure I buy into that. Oh yeah, basically it's done through selective breeding. But they reckon that, wolves being kind of scavengers as well. The guys, let's say, thousands of years ago, the food they would throw away, the bones and stuff, the wolves would kind of come scavenging. And, eventually they would probably throw bones to them and that just to keep them happy. But there was apparently some kind of genetic mutation, kind of, in some of them that made them, let's say, a little bit more friendly and trusting, just a tiny bit, towards humans. They eventually got to domesticate them. What probably happened, and I could see it happen as well, is they probably came across a nest of wolves, probably killed the parents and took the pups. The pups would know no different. They would assume, let's say, if they were fed, by humans and that, apparently a dog's mind, they consider themselves, all the same with humans as well. Then we've seen it, let's say, with Pomeranians, which, let's say, would have been selectively bred from huskies. There's a big difference in those two. But yeah, selective breeding. Well, that would have been more, let's say, kind of chance, than selective breeding. You see it in racehorses, Roadrunner, you would, let's say you get a litter of pups. Let's say the pups are quite large, and then you pick the runt of the litter, and then you'd pick maybe a female runt of another litter, that has traits that you would like, and you'd encourage those traits. You'd get those to breed, and then you'd keep selecting the traits you want, and eventually, you know what I mean, you'll get, almost anything to a certain extent. No, hi Yoshi. I've never read much about it, but Darwin did do a pretty decent experiment about, let's say, natural selection and, obviously survival of the fittest and adaptation of certain species. He got some birds, I forget what they were. They were all the same. Let's say he got 200, and just let's say 200. He put 100 on one island and one on another, about 100 miles apart, but they couldn't fly that far, so they were basically trapped on the island. One island had nothing, only fruit, and the other island had nothing, only like hard nuts and seeds. But I think after about 20 or 25 generations, he did return, which is not long for birds. And the birds on the island with the fruit, their beaks, their bills, uh, became flatter and wider, so they could eat the fruit. And the guys on the island, let's say, with the nuts and stuff, they became kind of sharper. You know what I mean? Like a kind of woodpecker. Although they all started off the same. You see certain things in goldfish as well, let's say, where they'll grow to the size of their tank. You know, there's certain genes. Ours are dormant, apparently. Well, that's, I suppose, why they survive so long. Yes, the finches. That's the one. The finches. They're the ones I'm talking about. Yeah, Darwin's finches. Yeah, I think that's the one. The finches. I couldn't remember the breed of bird. But it was noticeable differences in the guys. And I forget how many generations. But it didn't take that long. But that's way different than, let's say, selective breeding. But humans have actually tried it from time to time as well, in the darkest parts of our history. I'm heading to lurk, no problem, Joe. Good night, and take care, Joe. Yeah, I hope you get a good rest and have a great day tomorrow. All the best, Joe. Bye. Yeah, Darwin's finches. Darwin's finches. Okay, we have no choice here. Now we see if we can fit these guys in. And line them up. Have a good one, Jill. Bye. Yes. Well, he wanted to see how much they would change. You know, to back his theory. You know, people wouldn't accept, let's say, that things could change like that. You know, at that time they were pretty set in their ways. I think he was trying to prove his theory of evolution, where species can adapt to certain conditions, and in so doing, it changes their appearance. So something could start off as one thing, and over the course of, 100,000, a half a million, a million years, become something much, much different. He's seen reasonably small changes in a short length of time, but, with certain conditions, let's say, driving on that, yeah, you could get some big changes. Oh, that's contaminated water, Yoshi. Oh yeah, it has. Big time. Big time. Yeah, even, let's say, that time was, the mid 1800s, or starting, well, basically from the 1700s. It was a very religious time. They tended to take, everything as exact. But I couldn't understand when they started coming up with dinosaur bones, millions of years ago, when when they thought the world was something like, what, 7,000 years old? Then they started coming up with fantasies about dragons. And I think that's where the dragon legend came in. We have a bird here in North America who can stay awake for 2 weeks. Is it a croc bird? During migration, nice. Government is using them to find out how humans can use that for war. Of course. It's always for war. The reason being, let's say, every major advancement we made was for war. And then been adapted, let's say, commercially. Like, one could say the funding for NASA, could be used in that sense, platforms in space and all of that thing. So most likely that's why, they got so much funding. They came up with, as far as I know, silicon. No problem, Yoshi. I hope you have a great day. And stay safe. Yeah, but everything really, if you look at it, all major advancements. Even the tech industry, the microchips, they were, used in government agencies and military weapons. Before that got to us, like, let's say, in our cars, our consoles and things like that. The military were using them for ages, and then when they became obsolete, when they got something better, it would have been handed over, let's say, to for money, obviously, to other companies, or at least the technology of it. What was that old saying? I forgot who said it about humans. The only time we ever advance is through conflict. Sad. There we go. That's what we need on those guys. I don't like the way the corner is going here, but what can I do? Not much. It should work. The next one is actually down here. Oh, I see. Yeah, we're short a few, aren't we? And we can steal them from the other side. Oh, come on, Croc. Steady hand. Of course you would mess that up. There. It's two. The top pieces are rather hard to get in. We have sure had a lot of advances. Yeah, but even, let's say, in the past 20 years. But I think in the past 3 decades, we've advanced more than we have, let's say, since, all the time before. It's a big massive boost, you know. Oh, thanks for the host, Joe. I appreciate it. Kind of you. You feeling better about Twitch and sticking around? Well, the way it is with Twitch, all I can do is hope that it sorts itself out, that it is definitely on their end, that maybe there's something going on and they're trying to fix stuff, but it's just not letting anyone know. But it's very, very inconvenient, you know. But, I put so much time in, what can I do? But to have that kind of problem indefinitely would kind of really ruin it, you know. All you can do is, hope that I'll get on to him again and tell him I've tracked down the problem, which I'm 100% sure I have. They're not they're not displaying me. They're not reading my my game properly, and I would have to change it a dozen times. And that I don't understand, because that doesn't actually, start your game. It's a little bit like, you're trying to start an engine with a pull string. You have to, sometimes you'll start it in one or two goes, and it's hit and miss. And if you keep trying, eventually you'll start it. That's what it's like. Yeah, with the display on live. You see, if you're streaming on Twitch, and let's say you're streaming Skyrim, that game should be automatically advertised in the live section of Twitch. And then, let's say if you stream Fallout 4, that should happen as well. But for me, it's not happening. But if I keep changing my description, eventually it kicks in. There's like 3, 4, maybe 5 times over an hour, and sometimes it won't work at all. Oh yeah, that's the ironic thing, and Microsoft as well is not much better, which is strange for a company that actually made a reputation on such a thing. Oh. But I think the way it goes is maybe if they have a problem and it's only affecting maybe 500 or 600 nobodies, they don't really want to fix the problem. Typical corporate. Sun said people pay Twitch to be in the results. No, it's not. There's a thing called Twitch Live, and basically anyone who streams a game on their platform will be displayed. It doesn't matter if you're a partner, if you're an affiliate, or you're just streaming from your Xbox. I've been doing it for years not years, a couple of years on Twitch. And it's the same with, let's say, Facebook streaming or YouTube streaming, Or 10,000, yeah, which is a small number to them. They'll probably do some beat counting and see which one is cheapest. You know, the money they lose by losing those customers or users, or the money that they lose by actually having to fix the problem. That's pretty typical, you know, I would say. I think it is, anyway. Oh, this stupid thing. There. There we go. Got it eventually. Twitch draws about 50 million active users every day. Yeah, Amazon is not in this for losing money. Yeah, or even breaking even. Or even getting a profit. They have to make a killing, don't they? But I do know, I'm almost certain their help desk is useless. I'm sure it's outsourced to some country, let's say. You know, I've yet to hear of the Twitch help desk actually fixing the problem. But they will spam a ton of, you know, troubleshooting solutions. You know, silly stuff. Like turning back on and turning off your Xbox. You know, the stupid silly things we already know, as if we didn't try that 1,000 times before. You know, having to consider even contacting those guys. Probably, yeah, probably. Yeah, it's probably even an automated response. But their customer service is absolutely. But you would think, okay, you know, like there's streamers, then there's partners, then there's affiliates. Well, they are actually making money after affiliates. You know, maybe not a ton, but they're making maybe about, let's say, maybe depending on the small streamer, 2 to 10 times what they'd make from maybe an Amazon subscription. So it's still money. You would think that they would, let's say, seeing as they're being paid, that it would take some little interest, that, you know, they would at least give, you know, one of their techs a minute or two of their time to view it. But no, it's just, you know, the same as if, you know, you were just asking for something for free. Yeah, totally. Like if you're with an internet company and there's something wrong with your internet line, and you tell them, okay, if you're not going to fix it, I'll move to another person. They'll come out and they'll fix that, you know? Alright, that's not bad. But I knew that from the start. I know what corporate is like. Yeah, exactly. But here there's a lot of competition for internet, so if they think you're going to pull out because they won't fix their issues, they'll fix them. Competition is very, very healthy. And this is the problem with Twitch. Twitch now has zero competition. Twitch now is the only game in town. So what's going to happen there is it's just going to get much worse. In my opinion, at least. Yeah, it's free. But there's no such thing as free. Usually when something says it's free, you're the product. Um, well, if you view Twitch, I'm sure you had to watch a commercial somewhere. So they do, they get their advertising, they get paid by advertisers, or they advertise their own stuff. Yeah, but nobody wants to stream on Facebook. Because on Facebook you would need PC. So that's the console users gone. Then Facebook is very evasive with information. And I heard they're absolutely useless. And, there wouldn't be as much of a gathering, let's say, towards games. Yeah. Now, YouTube, again, you need a PC on YouTube. And you have to be mega big on YouTube, to get anywhere. It is. It's a dumpster fire. I've heard some stories of guys who switched from Twitch and were very, very sorry. YouTube, no, I'm not sure about YouTube. YouTube I don't know much from, but I know you need a PC to stream to it. It's impossible to do it from console. Yeah, it is. You see, the YouTube viewers are there for like already done videos. The live streaming wouldn't be a big thing for YouTube. This is the only show in town, for live views. A stream tab, so I went over there to check it out. For I don't stream, those are the only three. Yeah. That have some. They're the only three games in town: YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Twitch is vastly superior to the other two for live streaming and for viewers. Facebook, well, nobody trusts Facebook, and I heard it's pretty trash. And YouTube is more of a platform for, videos, not live, Zero viewers. My stream would constantly not show up in the search. So it's bad in that as well. Oh my god. Yeah, no. YouTube is, if you want to make videos and just, put them into a website or something. Yeah. You filter for live streams and you get, VOD content. Yep. I heard that. So, take into account in the likes of Facebook and YouTube. Not many viewers. And then maybe a bit of competition. And then you're not even getting advertised. That would be a disaster. Now, the only reason that made Twitch, a destination is, once you started your game, you will be displayed under live streams automatically. They are, yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. That I have no doubt. Yeah, we'll use this. Well, like, you can. This is the silliness of it. You can stream to Facebook, and you can stream to YouTube from Xbox, but you still have to use a PC and probably a capture card or some kind of device, let's say, where you could link up to it. So to stream on Xbox, you need a PC. So why would you be using your PC and your Xbox? Why not just, go from your PC? And if you're a person that, you don't really use PCs. Yeah, that's a major inconvenience to say the least. Hmm. The apps have to talk to each other. Ah. Oh, you mean ping? Hmm. But they just don't maintain or have a sensible system on most of these platforms. Like even Twitch, when something breaks down on your channel, it's pretty much broken down forever. As far as I can see. Hmm. Amazon and Google and Facebook all have their own server farms, yeah. Why the little guy will have to pay, yeah, them to use their servers. That's exactly what's well, until they were acquired by Microsoft. Wasn't Bethesda paying them for use of the servers, and Amazon as well? Didn't they use Amazon servers for Fallout 76 servers? Hmm. They were getting them pretty cheap from Amazon and selling, let's say, the use of them to their customers for, what was it, $100 a year. Probably getting them in for about maybe 40ish. Probably even less. I think we messed up on that one, didn't we? Of course we did. There. Now let's see. Okay, we need a little more on that one. Well, I can't really see, to be honest. Ah, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's okay. There, that's two. Getting there. We have one of the Facebook server farms in a town east of us. Hmm. I wouldn't not be surprised. Yeah, that's what they were doing. There was a lot about it on YouTube and the internet, yeah. The server of Facebook we have is like 7 or something. So they have at least that many server farms, yeah. Facebook. I could never really see the appeal of Facebook. I think what's always gotten me is their... Not that I have anything to hide, their intrusive data gathering. Relentless. Absolutely relentless. putting you down in a second. Not gonna be easy on this one. Not gonna be easy at all. There. There. That's something. We've almost done another entire side. Own several well-known. Yeah, they do. They do. Instagram is maybe their... Where did I see? Oh yeah, Instagram is maybe their largest one. Then the actual Facebook, probably, yeah. Narcissists and Facebook go hand in hand. Yeah, they kind of do. Then the corporate fat cats, yeah, just laugh. As they take all their data, and sell it off. I was reading an article, I think for every... do you know how much we're worth, guys? As information to other companies. Do you know how much we're worth? I wonder does anybody do? I actually read how much we're worth. I used one of their sites for years, another big company bought it, shut it down. Oh, WhatsApp, yeah. People are happy. Yeah, of course they are, to give away all their information. Yeah. There's no need to spy on people. Yeah, they're pretty happy to give away every piece of information imaginable. But for, let's say, when these guys harvest your information, they'll pile it up into little blocks, let's say, probably depending on where you are, or your age group, or stuff like that. But if anyone wants to buy that information on you, it's 4 cents for every 20 people. So that's what you're worth, guys. Yeah. Now, that's not a lot. But if you think of, you know, the billion... Well, there's a billion or something people, is there? I wouldn't be surprised on Facebook. So 4 cents for every 20 people, that's just to one company. So there's a lot of money in it, you know? All these parents who go everything about their children, yeah. Yeah, it could be used in a malicious way. So that's what we're worth, guys. That's why, you know, they mess up our systems with cookies and tracking cookies. There's not a website you can visit without maybe 50, 60 bots, you know, waiting to latch onto your account. There's not a website that you can visit where they'll, you know, accept these terms, you know. Then you're stuck with a cookie on that. And you're not allowed to view the website without doing it. And sometimes they won't even let you out, trying to force you, you know, making it as awkward as possible, to force you to accept. Oh, almost 2 billion, yeah. Almost 2 billion. So, every 20 people is worth 4 cents in information. But that's just to one buyer. You know what I mean? That's a lot of money. Oh, hi, Fuel. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? That's a lot of money, guys. That is a lot of money. Not bad for a backstabbing, acne-ridden teenager who started off the website to meet chicks. Unbelievable. Yeah, they are pretty interesting. I've always kind of been a bit of a statistic guy. It says a lot, you know, about the way we live. Well, the majority of us at least. Yeah, he started off the company to meet chicks. I bet he's got enough chicks now. Oh, why thank you, Fuel. We're making a nightclub. And we'll have some dancers. It's going to be like a Raider nightclub with Google dancers. And we'll probably bring in Hancock. We'll be probably making a bar, but there's still a lot of work to do. You know, it's taking a lot of fine detail on the walls, which we have to put in by hand. So, how have you been, Fuel? Hope you've been keeping, well. Now. Right. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Facebook. But, yeah, he wasn't long getting rid of his partners. He pretty much stabbed those guys in the back. And he did that to his friends, guys. So, what chance do we have? Oh, that's good to hear, Phil. It's good to hear that you're doing well. We had a protest here. One of my friends pointed out what the protesters were using was made of the same product they were protesting. Yeah, made me laugh. You are a tough gun. Oh, why thank you, Phil. Zucker is not a human. No. He stabbed his friends in the back. Came in with some high-priced corporate liars. And basically pushed them out. So, he did that to his friends, you know, who basically, you know, made it for him. So what chance, how do you think that he's going to respect you and your rights and your personal information? Yeah, I remember the quote. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But he did show kind of those tendencies, didn't he? You know, there was more than enough money for those three. But that's not the way it went. That's not the way it went. He's not a very good friend. But I did like watching him sweat when he was speaking to Congress. And what he said made me absolutely laugh. He knew quite well what was going on. It was rolling in the money, and he's always been untouchable. Although he was a bit startled. He didn't expect to be held accountable. But he'll be much more careful, I'd say, in future. Yeah. Yeah. But apparently that's where the money is. You know? That's where the big bucks is. But it's hard to comment on him going public. Like, let's say, if we were in that position for that much money, what would we do? It's one never knows. One never knows. Yeah, that's okay. Right, we got our pillars in. You should make robots and name them. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll think about that for you. Windows and the same thing. Yeah, yeah. But guys, every website harvests information now. I know, let's say that maybe Facebook kind of paved the way, but once it started raking in the cash for Facebook, they all followed suit. I've seen this through corporate, let's say. One person gets bold and daring, and they do something that nobody would dream of, and, they get away with it. And then everyone else says, well, okay, you know, one guy has dived in and it's safe. Let's all follow him in. I've seen it with price hikes in insurance companies and, stuff like that. But once one company gets away with it, Google harvests information. Everyone now, like we're streaming now. There's probably 5 plus, maybe even 10 bots on my channel harvesting information. Twitch knows all about this. Probably some of them are from Twitch. Probably like Twitch can remove them easily. But who's to say? Maybe Amazon has given them the right to harvest information on the channel, on the down low. I could never understand how so many bots could run freely on Twitch. They could easily stop that. Well, they could try at least. We would never be in this spot. Yeah, it is in the site's terms of use that we all sign. Yeah. I'd love to meet the guy who designed a small print on these things. Tell me, whoever reads a site's terms of use, and it's kind of like a cartel. If every single website has these terms of use, so you either sign these terms of use or you can throw your PC in the bin, because there's not a website in the world you could visit. It would be a very expensive paperweight. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, there is a few where you don't have to kind of sign any agreement, let's say, and all that stuff. But there's a lot of bots. Like, you could be on that website, and there could still be bots there that will track you after that. It's pretty much like the games. Those survival games. Those zombie games. There's a big empty town, and then you're a live person. You're walking along, and before you know it, there's a horde of maybe 200 zombies, chasing you down. That's what it's like now when you visit a website. They'll latch onto your account. Usually, there's only about maybe 15 or 20. You go to the right sites, you could get upwards of maybe 70 bots, tracking you. Literally. But everyone knows it and it's accepted. It's the price you pay for visiting these sites. But without these sites, PC, it's pretty useless, isn't it? Or any kind of technology. And it's not exactly malicious, you know. But it is to some extent an invasion of privacy. But then they'll say, well, we don't charge you for using Google search. We don't charge you for the information we give you from this website. We don't charge you from, the information we give you from that website. So this is the price that we want. This is our terms of agreement. Yes. Mm. On everything. There's rarely. Well, I don't know there's any you have. Well, the terms of agreement would be like, let's say, you can't be, racist, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. And there's probably a lot in the small print as well. They would obviously, be protecting themselves, so they could do pretty much whatever they wanted to do. Where you would be held to a contract and they wouldn't. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, now that's not Twitch. That was just a recommendation roadrunner by Twitch. You see, there was Twitch apparently weak security. Some guys did a lot of hacking on Twitch. A lot of information got out. Um, so they weren't sure how many stream keys they got. So what they did was they recommended to everyone to change their stream key. This is when the problems really started on Twitch, the breaking down of the channels, and whatever they're doing now as well. And then they recommended that everyone would have. Well, this is optional by the streamer. You don't have to do it. This is an optional thing. You can, to chat on someone's channel, you must have first have verified your Twitch account. Example, let's say with a phone number. It's a security measure, yeah. So that way, let's say, for you'd be kind of. I still can't see how that's much good at security, because the bots will never speak on your channel. You know what I mean? Maybe they just get automatically pushed out. Or anyone, let's say, if they do. But it's not. I don't know. I can't see how the phone number thing would help much. Because, like, guys, you can buy a burner phone for a few bucks, you know? If I did not give my phone number, I would not go to the key, yeah? From my website. Oh, you had no chat. I can't see this being much of a security measure, to be honest. But it will stop bots from following you. Alright, and that's a big problem on Twitch. Now, why a bot would follow you, I don't know. Like, a bot hangs on your channel. There's not much you can do about that. They'll try and disguise the bot as, a gamer tag. But if you stream for 20 hours a week, and let's say you stream for 20 hours a week, and you stream for a full month, and then you notice someone, let's say on your stats, that has been there every second of every time you streamed during that whole week, has spent 200 hours on your channel relentlessly. It looks like somebody's tag. It's even got a nice photo of someone. And they never said one word or followed. So that's definitely a bot, Like, who watches someone for, let's say, even in my case, I would stream maybe about 50 hours a week, would I? So someone who was 50 or 60 hours on your channel, never said a word, watched relentlessly, and has been doing it for months and never followed. Yeah, that's totally a bot. That's a whole different ball of wax, the chat along. Yeah, it is, isn't it? But why, like, a bot would follow is beyond me. It doesn't give them any more kind of access to your stream. Maybe they think if they follow, they'll go maybe unnoticed and not get banned. Because a lot of streamers are banning the bots left, right and centre. But that's futile. Because what happens is, these bots, they're changed daily, So it's futile banning a bot. All you need is a different gamer tag. In most cases, I think you can get them for free, or I think $4 or $5. I read that if someone hosts bots, the streamer will get kicked off the site. Yeah, probably. That I'm not sure of. But yeah, but like, well, to be honest, if you hosted a bot, it would have to be intentional. Because you would only host people you know that you've been chatting with that would have other channels. Now, I don't know much about it, to be honest. All this thing is, really new to me. If you ask me about something else, history, anything except technology, I'm I'm totally in my infancy when it comes to technology. But from what I understand of it, yeah, I read it. So yeah. Oh, hi, blonde. You're not showing up Fallout 4 tonight gaming. Ah, I was a little earlier. It's probably kicked me off again. I'm not surprised. I was on a little earlier. Here, let me check again. Yeah, I'm in there. I'm still there, blonde. Oh, you said I am. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I misread. Yeah, I haven't got my favorite reading glasses. These ones are a bit iffy. Oh, sorry, you're showing up. My mistake. My apologies, blonde. Hmm. But we took a while to get it going. It took a while. But a lot of hassle, every time you start a stream. And no guarantee. Sometimes you can't get it to work at all. Yeah, my apologies. My only excuse is I'm old and feeble, blonde. Croc needed to see it for himself since it shook. I, I since I, such a shock. Yeah, it is such a shock to him. It is kind of a shock to me. Yeah, I think Croc is reading. Yeah, yeah. My eyes are not what they used to be, which is sad because I did have 20/20 vision one time. Oh well. They say the eyesight is the first thing to go. I wonder what's next. Sad because you would have been top last night. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. But I would like at least half a decent chance, when I stream, that at the very least Twitch would grant me the same privileges as everyone else. But they didn't do it maliciously, it's just their stuff is buggy. My only issue with Twitch is their help desk is absolutely useless and they keep sending me around in circles. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I really hate the small displays. And I don't know enough about the laptop to try and, if you make it bigger, you get, less of a screen and it's easier to miss messages. So this is what we've been doing, blonde, and we're doing the fine detail on this, but it's coming along. It's just going to take a little bit of time. But we have a bit of time. That's one thing I have, I suppose. And we're starting to get this in, but we're almost finished the pillars and stuff, and then we can really, start to close this place down a little bit. They say the mind is the first to go. I've had to have one to start with. Oh, you should have seen my granddad then. He was in his very late 90s when he did pass away. And his mind was as sharp as a tack. Absolutely as sharp as a tack. Now, why is it so dark in here, guys? I think I'll bring my bed in here because it's just getting to be a bit ridiculous. Yeah, we'll leave it here for a moment. Or is it my eyes? It's my eyes. It's totally my eyes. I think my eyes are getting worse. If it gets much worse, I'll be doing this with a cane. Probably a golden retriever. Or maybe one of my dogs might step in. Be a seeing eye dog. Maybe my eyes are just tired. Off the phones. Yeah, it's so hard, isn't it? But what's even harder again is typing on them. You know? You'll always type a number, let's say, beneath it or beside it. And that's where I make a lot of mistakes. You know, thinking I've... And my fingers are not really big or anything, you know. But to be honest, I have the proper fingers to type on an iPhone. You'd have to be about maybe 8 months old. I'm watching on my phone. It's really hard for me to see. Yeah, phones can be a disaster. But Twitch takes a lot of juice as well. That's it. Well, you know what phones are like. Usually if I'm watching Twitch, what I'll do is, you know, I'll have my charger plugged in as well. Keeps it at 100% all the time. I don't bother Croc. I hit 2 or 3 keys at once. Yeah. Leave him to God and let him sort it out. I have a 10-inch display. Oh, that's cool. To my Raspberry, and that is even, yeah, small. Well, after a few days and driving over 90 miles a day. Oh, cool. You finally got it sorted. Well, kind of sorted. But it's ridiculous that they made you jump through some more, you know, put you to such inconvenience, Blonde. Something that they could do quite easily. In just a few minutes. But it's the same when you're dealing with these people, isn't it? My tablet is 7. Yeah. I don't know what size the screen is on this laptop. It looks to be... Well, probably, you know how to measure stuff from corner to corner, which is silly. 15-ish, I'd say. 14. Maybe 14. Something like that. Now, okay. Let's get these guys in. Let's get them in. Now, not quite sure what I want to do. I think I'll fit the corner guy first because this is the iffy one. Oh, I don't think we actually will be able to do it. Okay. So what we'll do then is this is 3 and this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is not what I was expecting. Do you know what, guys? I'm gonna do something a little different on this one, I think. But I can't really hear because of this. Maybe. Here, I gotta save this. Let me see if we can design this properly. Oh, this is gonna be a bit of a beast. Well, it's too much of a run through anyway, so... Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this one. The woman told me there's a problem with the website and they're working on it. Oh, my. I bet that's something that'll never get fixed. And that is what you are reading from. Yep. That's what I'm reading from Roadrunner. But I've maximized the lines I can get, let's say, into my screen. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I can get 12 lines. So I need it that way, or it's very easy to miss messages. So they're roughly about the same size, maybe a fraction bigger than on my phone. But it's quite close to me. But the E's and the A's sometimes, kind of blur a bit for me, to be honest. It depends what it's on, yeah. I was rectifying and I needed the paperwork, like... Oh, sorry, recertifying. There you go, my reading again. I was recertifying. Oh, and I needed the paperwork. Yeah, as soon as possible. That really held you up. Sorry that happened. I told Social Security Administration a few days ago how it is 2022 and they're still sending me out paperwork. Yeah, it is sad. Yeah, well, I give you a huge credit card reading from a small screen. It was the SSA and DHS websites. Oh yeah. But they aren't legendary for being messed up. Giving millions and millions, let's say, to design websites that don't ever work. Oh, we have the same thing here. My government is just as bad with tech as I am. I'm smoking far too much, but still. You only live once. Now, this is my... Okay, this is what I'm thinking. You see, this is all patched. You can see that. But if I did something like this, and hopefully get away with this one. Well, maybe I shouldn't have taken out the other one, but I should be able to hide it. Okay, let's see if we can give it a nice little design if we can. 50-50 really. You see, that's my problem there. That's not bad, but... Oh, you see, we're not going to close that in, it's going to be 2. Okay, I know exactly what I need to do. Let's see if we can get something interesting in here instead. Okay. Now, here's another thing we could do. sure if it will work, but this is a little problem we'll have to build our way out of, I'm afraid. The website is working right. I saw that too. Ah, the paperwork. Yeah, messed up. I just scan it onto my computer, fill out it, find a proper email and email it. At least there wasn't anyone at one office and only a couple of people. Ah. That's why, yeah. We used to have a senior and disability office here, but the phone number did not work. Oh my god. When you tried calling. Yeah. Um, Not sure how that will look. It seems to be... You see, something like that, I would have to carry it over here. And that's kind of messing it up just a tad for me. We need steel. Now this one, I think I'll leave this one. It's something I want to use in this, but it's way too short. It's totally not what I wanted, and I definitely don't want to close off this room. I just wanted to get through this one here and then we could see. But I do have a plan. I always have a plan. Let me see. That's not where I wanted to be. Almost. Oh, that's what I want there. That's interesting. That's interesting if I could get that in at the same exact level. Which I know is going to be impossible, but let's try this one. Here and we'll walk it across. We'll walk it across. No. That is a shame. That is a shame. And we can't be moving this. Or the other one. That would not work for us. But I might be able to, get something going like this one here. But I know that will be a disaster once I don't get it to snap. Absolute disaster. There. That might work, guys. You see, now we can't get this in. Unbelievable, isn't it? Absolutely unbelievable. There. Now, that I don't mind. Now, what we need to do is somehow get this to snap on the other end. Let's see if we can get it across that way. Possible. Always possible. Oh, hi, Moko. Hi, sorry. I missed your message. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. How have you been, guys? It was a beautiful day until you got in the shade. There's a serious nip breeze. It's the breeze. Oh. Hi, raiders. Yeah, this is what I'm doing. We're actually building a raider kind of strip nightclub. Hi, Moko. Hi, how have you been? Hope you've been keeping well. And thanks for following, Cherry, Slushy. I appreciate it. And welcome. This is Hangman Alley, and this is day 2. These are actually our dance poles. And we're kind of, trying to make it like a kind of a raider thing eventually. But I'll save this one here. And I'll give you a quick look, and I'll show you the last settlement I finished. It was King Solomon's Mines. That one was fun. But this is what we're doing here. We're trying to make it like kind of decent. Now I might actually take that down and put a balcony instead. So I'll be doing this with lots of neon. Oh, hi, Ordinary Soup. Hi. How have you been? How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. And hi, Nice Girl 115. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome. So, our bar will be in here, Moko. But as you know, this is just a draft. It's gonna take a while to build this place. But we'll get there. But I'll show you my last settlement. And that one was Sunshine Tidings. But we renamed it King Solomon's Mines. That one was pretty much fun. Pretty good. Oh, nice. Just getting ready for sleep. Ah, that's cool. So this is Sunshine Tidings. That's our entrance here. Now, this is actually pretty big inside. So it's based on the movie Congo. I'm not sure if you guys seen it. Oh, hi, Alpha. Alpha. Iron Man. How are you? And thanks for following, Iron Man. I appreciate it. And welcome. So this didn't take really that long. It went kind of quick. On the outside. But if you've ever seen that movie Congo, let's say, I kind of based it on that, from that Michael Crichton novel. King Solomon's Mines, the killer gorillas, let's say, guarding the mines. I did another one as well based on that old Hitchcock movie, Psycho. Oh, Bates Motel. Can you show the largest build? Sure. I can. My largest build was Spectacle Island. I'll load that one up and we'll come back here in a moment. Spectacle Island. It's a tiny bit unstable. And the hospital, yeah. It took me longer because of the decoration and design, but this is actually the largest one. I want to show you off to my community. Oh, thank you, Moko. You're too kind. So this is Spectacle Island. And this is a huge build. It's far too big for something with 3 cells. But I had to get this one out of my system. So it's a large cathedral. And it is highly unstable. I based it on Salisbury Cathedral. This one, would you believe it's not my longest build? This one took 240 hours. The hospital, the medical centre, I built at County Crossing, took 267. That one was an absolute grind. But on that one we have operating theatre, wardrooms, car parks, labs. There's a lot in that one. But this took 240. I can show you here. It took 8 days, almost 9 days. Almost 9 days, 8 days and 23 hours, 27 minutes. I did this on Xbox and I didn't use any heavy scrapping mods, let's say, to get rid of the sheds and stuff. So we built it up. And I've been using the free mods from Bethesda, no Creation Club stuff. And this is mostly done with Grounded and Snappy House Kit for this one. That's our little grotto. We've got a shrine inside. And I'll jump down in a moment and I'll show you the grounds. I got my illusion up to 100. Oh, that's cool, but now I have to wait until it gets back. Oh, from that mission to get the quest. Oh, you've just finished the other one. Oh, that's cool. So, this is kind of unstable, but I'm not surprised. So this is our shrine. This is our biggest build, but our longest build was actually County Crossing. That one took about 27 hours longer. Sounds like the cat is teasing the dog again. Oh. Well, when the dog stops for one of the cat's tricks. Now, we've actually bordered this with, just some ordinary graves. I'll show you this cathedral as well. And this is not because of the overbuilding. This is because of the 3 cells here on this settlement. It's the biggest, but it's the worst settlement to build on for a big build. But it was the only place I could find big enough. The villa. That's actually called an Amazon Goddess statue. It's in vanilla, I think, Ghost. Yeah. I think it's in vanilla. So this goes all the way around. We've got this kind of thing here. Like a little eternal flame. Franklin. Grave. Pretty much the same on the other side. On the corners there's 4 of these towers, and they're just for our gardeners. With their little gardening equipment and stuff. So, let's move on. I'll keep my head down here, so I don't load up too much. So this is our entrance. And we've done our little duck pond on each side. And we've got a pasture feeding the ducks.
Yeah.
Our entrance here. But we did a lot of work inside the cathedral as well. That took a good bit of time. Now here we have our kind of wine cellar. Yep, gotta have the wine. And that's our wine cellar. Now here we've done our little version of the Hall of the Dead. I did get an update on Creative Clutter. So some of the candles are misplaced until I come back and fix it. I have 2 big college mods. College Winterhold. Oh, nice, and the other one. Oh, they change it a lot. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I noticed the ducks before. So this looks a lot better at night. Now, some of the candles got misplaced because of an update I had on Creative Clutter. So I'll have to come back and fix that. That was up here. So it does have that kind of all of the dead look. Again, you know, we've just got our little gardener's huts. And of course our gardeners. Now, I've actually done settlements with more pieces and never had this issue. This is a loading of the 3 cells. I'm stepping from one cell to another. So there's 4 of those gardeners plastered all over the place. And this took some time. These stone coffins, sarcophagi. So it takes a long time to get around this build. Oh, why thank you guys. My Discord is blowing up. Oh. But this is the most unstable settlement I've ever built on. The one that took me the longest is surprisingly stable. And it's probably the one I put the most detail into. You're too kind, guys. But it's hard to make this cell work. Well, there's 3 cells. But to say I've overbuilt here is an understatement, but I just had to get it done. I've always wanted to do a really big build. So that's the outside, guys. Now the inside. We might take a bit of a dive going inside. I also did the lighting outside. You know how I like to kind of mess with the lighting at night, Moko? Now this is my cathedral inside. This took some time to do. Especially the seating. Those were some roof beams I dropped down just to create that kind of arch. And these are our little confessional booths. We've got 4, 2 on each side. We will take a little bit of a frame hit, but strangely enough, again, it's not the overbuilding. I can almost tell on these cells, maybe 20 minutes before the cell will implode. Or I should mean 20 pieces. So that's our little confessional booths. Now, this is our altar.
Hope you ain't one of them synths.
But it's a lot for the cell to take. Audio games, yeah. 4. That's a lot of confessing. So this is our altar. Now I managed to glitch this in, which I think was very important.
Yes.
And just to set that aside from the rest. Got lucky on the middle snap. Now here we have a balcony system. I tried all kinds of stairs and they looked really bad. But this balcony system was, my best bet. But that last one I was on, that's pretty nice. It's small, it's compact, and a lot of nature. I was kind of happy with the way the diamond mine turned out on that other one. I just kind of managed to get the shading right on it. So just some more pews here. And of course we have our pipe organ. Oh, hi Vault Boy. Hi, how are you? I'm just showing Mocha and his friends the largest build I've done. Ridiculously large. Now, we have our little library here. And of course this guy looking for a book. Now, what I've done here, a little thing that's say like Oblivion, in the priory, the secret room. Now, I made this pretty Spartan because by the time I got to here, putting the beds in, I knew that was it with the cells. I reached the maximum limit of what they could take. So, I just barely got away with getting our beds in. I would have liked to have decorated this properly, but I couldn't chance it. Now we'll wait till dark and I'll show you what it looks like. Oh, I didn't show you the watered section as well, where we have our pond. But it's better we look at night. I've been good. Oh, that's good to hear. I've been fine, thanks, Vault Boy. And I hope you've been keeping well. Now, this is not surprising. The long wait. Oh. Oh, hang on. There it is. Now. Oh, that's not bad. It is counting down pretty quick. Not bad. Now, let's get outside and I'll clear up that weather. It tends to affect the lighting. The lighting took some time, but I think it was worth it. So there we go. This is what the lighting looks like outside. A combination of glitching, some yellow lights in the trees and using our candles and lamp lights. But this building is roughly based on Salisbury Cathedral. You You see the difference in the light going out? That's actually the weather conditions here. It affects all lights. There we go. Now, this is our fountain and pond up here. I actually forgot to show you guys this. There was a guy here feeding some fish a minute ago, but he's probably in bed now. Nothing like sitting in a church, oh my, for 10 hours. Yeah, christenings are the worst, aren't they? I still laugh when I think of that one build and the dude working on the way. Oh yeah, that was the prison. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that one was fun. And here I think we've got some fish as well. And of course our cathedral. And that's it, guys. That's our cathedral build. No, why thank you, Milko. The latest build I did, was I think it turned out pretty okay, is Sunshine Tidings, the one we just left. I like to kind of base it on something if I can. But did you see my Bates Motel, Moko? That was an absolute scream. I never laughed so much as I did on that build. That was a fix-up on Croup Manor. So inside, this is our lost city of Zinj. And it's really stable build. You know, we're just dealing with one cell. Oh, I'm going to show you that one next. That was an absolute scream. It's just a small build, it's Croup Manor. I've fallen off my bed and can't get up. Oh my. So we used some stuff, let's say, from the game to kind of simulate the diamonds. And of course, in the movie there was a team of explorers. And we've got those guys here in their base camp. There's 5, so we've got 5 sleeping bags.
Can't remember the last time I had clean fingernails. Hope you ain't one of them synths. Here to spy on me.
And of course I need communications.
Got work to do. Can't talk now.
You know what I call a good day? One that ends without an empty stomach.
And I couldn't resist the Indiana Jones bullwhip. So here we've done a lot of these as well on the ground. I needed to break up the build a bit. And our build is simple enough. Well, this is the best we could do, really. And this is our gorillas victims, our little feeding area. And of course our pool. And it basically goes all the way around. Now we have done a mine beneath the waterfall. And there's we got to swim for the entrance on that one. Well, that's our layout here. Now, it's best if we wait till dark because I did a lot of work on the lights here. But it's a very stable build. You know, we don't get any shuddering. That's the beauty of working on a single cell. And as far as single cells go, you know, this one is it's pretty big. Now, let's wait till dark. Now, as always with Fallout 4, we need to make sure our weather is clear. Come on. Xbox controller is always kind of sticky, isn't it? There. So, and this is what the lighting is like. There's a lot of lights hidden here. Now, this is our diamond mine. And this one turned out reasonably well. And this is our King Solomon's Mines, guys, the lost city of Zinj. Or at least our version of it. And this one took, I think it's 46 hours. This was quick. Let me see, 24, 44, 45, yeah, almost 46. It was quickish. You know, when you don't have to do a lot of decorating on buildings, you know, reasonably well. They came out with a new one, and you can build a dinosaur park. I have one in Nuka World. Moko. That's my kind of Jurassic Park meets the Institute build. I've got a big one there. Amazing work. I must sleep now. Oh, and thanks for stopping by. Ordinary Soup. I hope you get a good rest and have a great day tomorrow. And thanks for your kind words. Stay safe, Soup. Bye. I was wondering if you have heard of Jurassic Park. No. I just seen the last one. So they're coming out with a new one, yeah? They came out with a new one and you can build a dino. Oh, in the... Oh, I see, it's a game, is it? You can build your own dinosaur park. Ah, I get you now. Sorry, I was missing messages on that. And it's... Oh, you've got a Roadrunner. Nice. Well, you haven't done the second one. In the game. Oh, I see. And that's that one. Now, this one is a screen. This is Croup Manor. This is based on the Hitchcock movie. I think it was 1960-ish, wasn't it? Probably. Norman Bates in this, let's say, Norman survived the apocalypse. And obviously he's a ghoul. And he's running this new hotel. again called Bates Motel, and is, you know, back to his old tricks, murdering guests. So this is a small build, but it's really detailed. This one I think took 96 hours. Not bad, you know, when you consider you're fixing up a piece that's already been there. It's always kind of hard to do that. It's much easier to build from scratch. And this is really, really, really stable. Now, inside, we have our Bates Motel sign, and we've also we put these crows in here as a reference to another Hitchcock movie, The Birds. That one would probably be better known, let's say, than Psycho. Our garden goes all the way around. This guy was doing some gardening. He seems to have taken a break. And of course, we've got our little carport. And this is a fix-up. The building is still here. Not easy to fix this one up. Yeah, but fun. And now he's usually painting. So that's our outside garden. It's a pretty small settlement compared to the other ones. Yeah, it's a pity I couldn't find a vulture for this.
City one of these days. Biggest town I ever saw.
Now, our house. This is where the detail comes in. We've got our sign, Vault Dwellers Welcome. Now Norman here is in reception, running the hotel, but yeah, we made him a ghoul, obviously. This is our reception. Right through here. And yeah, we had a good laugh making this. This is Norman. So I wonder if he looks like a serial killer. But yeah, I absolutely fell down laughing when I got him in place. I don't know, would you rent a room from that guy? I think he's a bit obvious. Now this leads into our kitchen. Oh, why thank you, Moko. This took a bit of time, the kitchen.
Got work to do. Can't talk now.
So that's the kitchen. Now we have to go around to the side to get in, because I had to build, you know, this wall here in the center because of the damage wall inside. So we only have access from here. So, like all hotels, this is our bar. Now this goes down to our basement.
Farming's honest work gets.
And you know how Croup Manor is? You know, this just leads into a different cell where you can't build in the basement. So that's our bar and basement area. Now upstairs. Now we have our little recreational area. And how I managed to get that backing, let's say, on the fireplace. I used a picture frame, a painting, and just reversed, you know, the old trick. The reverse picture frame on that one. So that's our recreation area. This goes into our music room. And this is our music room. Now then, there's our bathroom. So we did the old thing from the movie, you know, the murder in the shower thing. Probably the most famous scene from the movie. So this is our murder scene. And that was Norman downstairs, obviously, who did this. I think I was lucky I had this sign. Beware the sign of the devil 111. And this guy's wearing a Vault 111 costume. And so are the guys downstairs. I believe I'm done with Fallen 4 until Some Settlements 2 finishes Chapter 3. Ah. Yeah, you've been playing it for quite some time, Blonde. So that's our little murder shower scene. Now, upstairs. We have two guest rooms, and Norman's room is the one just beyond. So in this one, this is guest room number 1. And this one I built from scratch on the old roof system outside. And then we have guest room number 2. And then, of course, Norman's room. So this is Norman's room. There's a good few red flags in this one. A wheelchair, the medical cooler and bag, the broken skulls. And of course, in the movie, Norman kept his dead mother on a rocking chair. We couldn't do that, so we did the next best thing. We put her on the bed. It took 20 minutes to place that there. It's not static, so it gave us a lot of problems. It did what I call the oblivion dance, you know, it would collide and crash. So what we did was, we glitched in some rubber mats, you can see the edge here. And we created a platform on the bed. And after a few tries, we eventually got the skeleton to fall in that position. Not the most flattering position, but the other ones were much worse. And then we have our handcuffs, and yeah, Definitely having a party. And of course the disturbing painting and coffin candles, and I put this in as a little joke. The home sweet home sign. And that's it, guys. That's my my Bates Motel build. It's really a fix-up of Croc Manor. Which is in a pretty bad state when I got here. There was a lot of patching to get this fixed. I'll actually go into build mode and scrap a few bits to show you. Which will make a difference because we'll be loading up anyway. It's not going to be permanent just while we're here. Let's say like this, for instance. That's the old damage on the house. And that's all new. That was just a roof system. The developers left a lot of these out, so I just replaced the ones that were missing. Some of them are original, and some I've put in, like these ones. The ground level. Something like that. That's the old look. And of course the pieces I put in here, and the bits I fixed on the roof also. That's all the old damage. Oh yeah, my biggest problem here was a collapsed wall that I couldn't scrap, so I doubled up on the wall, and that bar is actually hiding most of it, as you can see. That's the damaged wall I couldn't touch. That's why I had to close off this section. The door was gone too far for me to make another entrance. You see what I mean? That was just too bad. And that's it, guys. That's my settlement here. I'm going to be working on this museum in Skyrim for quite some time. That's mainly... Oh, nice. You're still on the museum. Now, I can go back to building, guys, what I was doing, or I can show another one if you want. It's totally up to you guys. I can show you the White House, which is my favorite build, or a Red Rocket Team Piker bar, a huge botanical biodome. What else did I have? A cultist settlement, Alcatraz prison. What else did we do? Oh, the medical center, a county crossing, and I think I did some more. What else did I do? I think I did a few more. But I'll show you. I'll show one more. I'll show you the one that took me the longest to do, and that's County Crossing. It looks like a small settlement, but It's pretty big. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, that's not the one. County Crossing. Hangman Alley, that's the one we're on. Sunshine Tidings, Nuclear, that was pretty big. Grey Gardens, County Crossing. That's the one. I had 21, they got lost because of corruption on Bethesda Cloud. But I did manage to get some of them on YouTube. Oh, I thank you, Roadrunner. This one is County Crossing, and this again is a slight bit unstable because, again, I went overboard on the building. As usual. So this is a large medical centre. We've got our ponds, our postman, newspaper stand,
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
and our sign. Now here we have two gardens. And here these guys grow their own supply. Got a gardener here. But still pretty stable, you know. And another gardener here. And we have the two signs up, the medical sign and marijuana, so medical marijuana. I thought that was quite funny when I seen the two signs. Now, inside, and we've got two car parks here. We have our underground system, which we only store bikes. And this is for all our electrical stuff and our workbench and gas and all our power needs. On top, we've got this one for cars. So that's a car park. Now, oh yeah, we've got our welder. Now, these four buildings you see in the corners are basically our stairway systems. But they are decorated a lot. Yeah, we've got our stairway going up to every floor. And our medical robots. When that happens, come on. The other one is basically exactly the same. I mean, this is for our medical waste. But this one is, basically a replica. These are designed a little differently because I didn't have the room. Well, the other one is exactly the same. Now, on these two buildings down here, the replicas, it's two laundries. They're identical, so I'll just show one. Yeah, this is our laundry. Now, let's work our way up. I think we have to clear this silly weather. There we go. Now, let's work our way up. There's a barber shop operating theatre. Nurseries, main wards. There's a lot of stuff here. Huge cafeteria. Oh, hang on. We're going up the wrong way. There's a main drive here. Yeah, we'll go up the main drive. Bit glitchy on this end, near the edge of the cell. Yeah. This is our main driveway. Goes up to our casualty drop off. And this is our version of medical vehicle. This is our reception area. And this is the same, just the stairway systems. Exactly the same on the other side.
Yes?
This is our office.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
Now, let's make... Oh, hang on. We're skipping through the wards. Now, this is our male ward. Yeah, everyone needs clean clothes. Totally agree. This is our male ward. Man, it's pretty stable for its size. You know, the build. The thousands of items I used. Not to mention, 20 settlers, assigned settlers as well, can't be, all that good for it. This is our nurse station. And of course they've got their bathroom. Excuse me. A little bit chesty today. Now, and this runs into our nursery. Oh, Croc, I didn't read instructions to mod very well. And, messed up your... Yeah. But... Yeah. Not many people actually read, do they? But usually, most of them, won't do much damage. Yeah, nothing that can't be fixed. But even, let's say, if you read them right, and follow the procedure, even if they'll literally tell you they won't clash with certain other mods you have, and even if they name them, it's still not a guarantee, is it? Now this goes, well, on each side goes right out to our balcony area. That leads all the way around the settlement. Right, let's get back inside. Oh, you thought you did. But there's a lot of mods I was interested in getting, but after reading them, I knew they'd cause serious problems. Not that I have a ton of mods. The ones I have are fairly old. This is our nursery. So we made sure I'd have enough toys. Now, the female ward is right across here. And it's exactly the same, except for some minor changes. Well, obviously we've got all ladies here. But exactly the same. Let's say out from that detail.
But it's something.
My back hurts.
Exactly the same
Hurts.
here.
Everything hurts.
And this is almost exactly the same. Except instead of the shaving area, we put a little kind of makeup station. But the nursery is the same. Except, let's say, for the female doctor.
Don't care much.
We'll get around
That
this way.
place, it's nothing but trouble.
Now, where are we? Oh, yeah. This way. This is our bar. Snug, but it turned out kind of okay. And of course, it's spring break in the bar. I noticed it when you were doing the update. Oh. Now this just leads out to our stairway systems and back around. But we did put some shutters in here. We have to be able to drink after hours, don't we? So that's our bar. Oh yeah, and the other female nursery. As I said, it's exactly the same, except for the female doctor. Okay, let's work our way up. Now, there's signs all through this place. Cafeteria, research, screening. This is research. So, mostly a waiting area. But in here we have cryoscience.
Crop's been growing pretty good lately.
So that's our cryoscience lab. And here we have our bioscience. Cryobio.
Farming's as honest work gets.
And this is just some shelving I glitched together to create this kind of effect. I think that's the stuff from Creative Clutter.
Got work to do. Can't talk now.
And that's our bioscience. Now, here we have our little security area. It's just some police robots. This is our screening, so this is basically for, you know, radiation decontamination. So here we have our radiation suits, hazmat suits. We've got changing rooms.
Huh?
Scanners. Obviously our dock. Some X-ray stuff here. And of course our decontamination chamber.
If you ain't been up to see Grey God, you should go. Whole place is run by robots.
If you work, you eat. It's simple as that.
And that's our screening area. Okay. Now here we've got our cafeteria. And this is a kind of a vortex feel, I suppose.
Hi, how are you?
Again, we kind of piled a detail on this one. And our chef and one of our customers, I'd say.
Yes?
So that's our kitchen. Our cafeteria, I should say. Now this breaks out near our operating theatre. So we have medical storage. That's our exit. Medical storage. This is our operating theatre here.
Easy living, this ain't.
Hey, where's that guy gone? He disappeared pretty quickly. So, this is a combination of consoles, tables, beds, and shelving to make that one. That's our operating table. And we, of course, have our little bio ICU. That's our operating theatre. And this is a replica on the other side of it. You know, medical storage, exit, and medical storage, and that just breaks back into the cryo lab. Now, oh, I just went into the closet. No, there's just one small area on this floor. And this is our barber shop, which I thought turned out pretty decently. Just everything thrown in there, as much as I could get my hands on. As long as it gave me the look I needed. I wasn't too fussy. Everything but the kitchen sink went into that. And that's our barber shop.
Hope you ain't one of them synths here to spy on me.
Now, the only thing we have left is the roof. But yeah, this is a big build. You know, The settlement doesn't look that big, but you know, once you go up a story or two and use every inch of the ground, it gets pretty big. I think my next game will be Jurassic World Evolution 2. One was... I never got to play any of them yet, Roadrunner, but I think I might have seen one. And yeah, they look really interesting. But aren't they just on PC, or am I mistaken? You see, I'm on Xbox, so it limits a lot of my games, you know. I'd love to play Valheim and some other, you know, ones as well. Being on Xbox, you know, there's not a lot. One is, you know, not a lot you can do on them. Seeing you like history. It was advertised as a business simulator. Oh, really? At first. Oh, cool. So this is the roof. We just covered over the stairways. We just came up and obviously our settlement sign. We do have a medical airlift here as well. But of course we have our controllers beneath and our fuel dump. And we've done this with a kind of Brotherhood of Steel look because of the vertebird, obviously. Or a helicopter pad and...
Need to get back to Diamond
Oh,
City.
that's the doctor.
Biggest town I ever saw. Another day of hard work. It never changes.
We've glitched some signs on the side, some pilots, smoke animation on the engines, the classic blue light. And inside, it's providing making it in. We have our pilots. And just a gurney, oxygen tank. Just some medical items. Oh, it's on my Xbox, cool. And that's it, guys. Yep. And that's the longest build I've ever done. Yeah, there wasn't much of this where we didn't have some kind of problem with it, so delayed is a long time. Now, let's get back and see if we can get a little bit of the other builds done. We'll need 2 saves from here so I don't bug out. Or 2 loads, I should say. And now I need 1 from here. And then we're ready to go. Just sleep and rest, and I should be able to get a little bit more in. There's no real killing, fighting, that kind of stuff with people. Oh, that's cool. So this is going to be a nightclub, hopefully run by Hancock. We'll have ghoul dancers, raiders obviously as customers, and you know, Hancock running this place, but it still needs a lot of work. Kind of working on the finer details here, which can be a bit tedious sometimes. But we're getting there. Now, it doesn't look much now, but it will need to be decorated and designed a bit better. But it should be, yeah, it should be reasonable. Now, I'm kind of missing Valhalla, Roadrunner. I was kind of getting into the exploring and, grinding. It's always been my favourite part of a game, the grinding. I suppose that's why I build like this. You're tasked with the job of running the park, getting the dinosaurs to get strong. Oh, I know what kind of a game it is now, yeah. Birching them, the tourists, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I know exactly. Like a business simulator, yeah. Now, there was a few games like that, running a theme park at one stage. Oh wow, I still have that. Yeah, to get through. But I'm enjoying it. It was slow starting, but I'm getting into it. It pushes all the right buttons for me, the grinding up your character and struggling to get resources, and you will struggle with Ubisoft. You'll always struggle to get resources with Ubisoft. That they'll be sure of. Right, Son told me yesterday I was playing the roller coaster tycoon. Yeah, that's another one of them. Oh, before my last accident. But I don't remember. Oh, really? Oh. I've never, thankfully, been in a major accident. Some minor little bits of stuff, But I did manage to mess my back up, regardless. Yeah, I've been seeing you around here somewhere, yeah. Now, let me see if I can get some soda. I think I have some soda here. It's not that humid. It's not bad, actually. Maybe 30. One of those rare mornings where it's nice and cool. But then you see we didn't have a lot of rain, so... Oh, that's better. That's much better. So, let's see if we can grind this out. Well, this is Hangman's Alley, so this was never going to be easy. A very small area to work with, but I think we've definitely maximized the room. We don't want to make this too big. I'll have a little, bins and stuff outside here. That kind of thing. Okay. Let's see if we can get these guys lined up. See, I wanted to get these ones opposing. That's not what I want to do. There is a way, but I don't want to move the pillar. If I can, I like the snap. There might be a way to trick it in, providing we can remove these things later. Using these ones. There. Now I have to be able to get that corner piece out. Now that's a mistake. I did think so, alright. No, okay. That's a pity. Yeah, we can't get it out. Okay. We do it the hard way. Yeah, we'll do it the hard way. Come on. Oh yeah, this one we forced. I really don't like forcing these because it never turns out too good, really. Come on. There. Okay, where's these guys going to? Right to there. Well, if that's the case, we might as well put the two in exactly like that. Yeah, we might as well go whole hog on this one. Ah, now, come on. Okay, let's get this one. That's okay. Okay, my dogs are starting to wake. See, I needed doubled. There we go. Now, we have 0 chance of putting these back in. Now, I could use a heavier one. Excuse me. That's that time of year, isn't it? Okay. Before we do, I'll wallpaper it. It's coming out at roughly the same size. It would work. We use a bigger... Oh, why thank you, Roadrunner. We use a bigger one. Here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, I'm a bit sniffly. Not that I know of, I don't think I have any kind of hay fever or allergies. But I think at this time of the year everyone tends to suffer a bit. You know, having my dog so close to me all the time is obviously not healthy for me, but you know what it's like with pets. I just can't live without. I would never think of leaving them outside, so it's not really an option for me. That's a good lineup, I will say that first. At least looks to be. Seems to be pretty decent. Now, this is another story, really. Okay, not good. I wonder if the quarter panel is large enough to cover that. No. Okay. So I'm gonna have to rough it with this one. This one will be kind of liched on. I have done this 1,000 times, so it's not going to be a biggie, I'd say. There you go. And this will get rid of a big problem I had. And slightly close down that build. No. No. I know it's probably taking 5 years off my life, but I really don't care. It's obviously, let's say, healthier not to live in such, close proximity with your pets. But at a certain stage, they cease to be your pets, and they become family, It's just that kind of instinct that we have that keeps us close to our pets. And it's probably a similar instinct, let's say, with our pets that, have a bond with us as well, like especially dogs. You know what I'm thinking of doing? No, I think it should be okay still like that. No need to overdo it. We'll still have exactly the same level here on this. Yeah, that would work. There. Now, you understand why I can't go with these again, they'd be too close together, but the pillars are a good option. I might be able to use them for something else. Probably in here. Now, I need the bigger guys. They're much bigger than these. And that will break it down enough for me, I'd say. Right. Only dog people understand that, I suppose. I have a bond with dogs I have with no other animal. But if you think about it, out of all pets, I think, dogs have the biggest bond with their owners. Well, I don't even like to say owners. Their carers, yeah. Long-haired dog jumps in the pond. Oh my. It's going to take forever to clean him. But Pomeranians are almost impossible to dry. And just like the Huskies, they've got a double coating that they shed every summer. So, yeah, you want to be big into cleaning dog hairs, sitting on them, getting them in your eyes, and eating them from time to time. They get everywhere, no matter how well you clean. I don't care what kind of Hoover or vacuum you have as well. You're always going to miss some. Oh, hi, Soulstraw. Hi, how have you been doing? Keeping well, I hope. Yeah, we were just talking about our pets. Ozzy shed twice a year. Yeah. Well, I really never took much notice of these guys. I think they shed it every day. To be honest, it seems like that anyway when you're cleaning up after them. Now, at least we got a nice look on this. Oh, steel. You're kidding me. I need some steel. Now, we're getting there. So, how have you been, Sol? Keeping well, I hope? It's about, what, about 8 AM for you, Sol? So, you're probably just waking up. Or been up, let's say, not long. Make a whole other dog out of the... Yeah, you could, yeah. For such small dogs, oh my god. But then what can you expect, you know, being so closely related to the husky. But then the husky doesn't shed that much. Well, compared to the Pomeranians, I suppose. Oh, not what I was looking for. They're not bad, but... I wonder, can I make these ones work? I wonder... We pushed them far enough, I suppose. Oh. This is probably going to be impossible. It's not a bad idea, but you know, you've got that. See that there? And that's a pity. Okay, Croc, let's see if we can come up with something else. Let's see if we can work your way out of this one. Let's see what we've got in here. I've got some strange stuff. I think I might have something in a kind of gold here that might work. It's been ages since I've used these. I think the Mayan pyramid, I did it a long time ago, was the last time I used them. Yeah, are small. Ours is not huge. 50 to 55, it's still pretty big. My guys, they're very light. Well, they're even smaller if you shaved my dogs, which is not really recommended, you know, for Pomeranian. They're tiny. They're mostly just fluff balls. But I would say, I'd be surprised if they were 7 pound weight. Oh no, you could never do that. You can trim, let's say, around the backs of their legs and that. But my wife did it to my pums. When I was gone away during a hot summer, she thought she was doing good. I was absolutely raging. Their hair never grew back properly. You know, what will happen is it will grow very uneven with dark patches. And I had such beautiful coats. But she thought she was doing good, you know, in the heat. You know, well, it did do them good, short term. But their hair is not too bad now. But now they look less fluffy. Yeah, it doesn't grow back right. It will grow uneven. It will never grow the way it should. And it will develop dark patches as well. No, you can't. I know, I'd love to. Let's say in the hot summers, all you can do is keep them cold. You can, let's say, trim around their tail. They will get, let's say, matted hair behind their ears. You obviously have to get rid of that. They do require grooming at least once a day. But let's say at the backs of their legs, you know, just like you're doing hair cutting, using your fingers, cutting it to a certain length, that's okay. Maybe around their tummy area, because you know how they pick up, you know, kind of dirt and stuff from the grass. So you could kind of trim that a little bit, but that would be it, you know. And if you do, let's say, go down the road of shaving a Pomeranian, you'd have to keep it up all the time, but you never ever ever shave around their tail, or let's say from the bottom of their neck up, if you're going down that route, which some people do. But it's useless telling that to some people. I was raging for the longest time. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, sometimes you just like to get out with a shaver and just get rid of it, but not a wise decision. Then I get something for this. My problem is the colouring, but it should still be okay, I'd say. It's actually in here, and it's in here, I think. Oh, it's a bit on the big side. That's a pity. We'll never get that guy to work. Oh, hang on. I have a plan. Where did I see these guys? Come on. Here. I do have a plan. Of course I have a plan. This would work here. There you go. You know, it still sticks with a kind of gold trim. Yep. I'm happy with that. Kind of nasty sometimes to fit, but there. Perfect. Now, that other thing did give me a plan as well, but we'll see. I don't think we could make it work. But that will have to do for the time being. So, that's that part of it. What I might do is, I don't know really. You want to be going with carpet here, wouldn't you? I could carpet here, leaving the main section open, but that's a big section. These are not bad, you know, if I could place them in the right areas. But the bar is going to kill me. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Right, let's move those. Yeah, I was raging. We make grooming into a game here. Toby is great. Grooming or bathing or anything like that. Rex, oh my god, he's a scamp. He absolutely hates any kind of grooming. But Toby is okay. Yeah, he actually, you know, likes grooming. We'll move those out into the car park. We might have use for them a little later. I think we're kind of getting what we want here. Oh yeah, we'll have to do those eventually. Let's get the big ones. They're kind of too much. Who knows how long we'll use them outside. So I'm thinking... If I can get them to stay on that, no, of course I can't. That would be too easy. Perfect. Come on, I know you can do it. That's it. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. I think we can live with that for a moment. Oh. That's an interesting look. I'm not sure about that one. I'll tell you, it is pretty interesting. I might try it. I might actually try that one. It will put it out like round. I have not even tried the electric groomer on him. Yeah, that's what I use. Yeah, I think that's why Rex doesn't like it. But if you introduced him to it at a young age, you know, try and get something that hasn't got a lot of noise. Will bear his teeth. I tell him, you try, buddy. Then knock it off, yeah? Why not? See what it looks like, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I think that would work. It would give us more of a match on these. But it's still a little close to these guys. I don't know if I want it to be that close. On the wall. What can we do? I still think it looks reasonable. Right, where are they? Find it hard for my brain to work. There. 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 Okay. I would have to get rid of that one, I'd say. It's not bad. It's not bad, but something like that you would have to... You'd have to go the whole hog, wouldn't you? Like that. That would work. Now we've got all sections around the same size. Yeah. That would work. I started him off on day one. Yeah, he just does not... Yeah, it's the noise. If you could get them, let's say, a little quieter. Yeah, yeah. They probably would have to do that. Yeah, let's say if we keep them a little neater together. You know, like a kind of supporting system. You gotta imagine it when the floor is done and, you know, the furniture and stuff is around. It's a big area, so we gotta make it look a little filled, you know, a little smaller. Now I just grabbed some more soda. I hope I'm not catching a cold. Oh, cut his nails, yeah? My guy Rex, he's unbelievable. He does his own nails. He's like a cat. You know how a cat would sit and trim its nails? Yeah. Allergies, probably, yeah. but a very mild form. Toby is different. Yep. Yeah, he's very preen. Okay. Now. Well, I'd definitely look a lot better in front of the bar anyway, I can tell you that. Yeah, that's what we want. And tree the other side. That closes it down just enough. We'll have to get rid of the pillars from them. We might be able to use them inside here. Yeah, that would work. So we've closed it down like we needed to do. The rest now is the touching up on the walls and the decoration. Definitely the floors. And of course the neon. That's not bad. Yeah, I like it. Gives it a kind of... almost a kind of Roman look, doesn't it? At least with larger dogs you don't have to worry about. Yeah, that land of theirs. I worked at a groomer's back. Oh, really, as a teenager? Oh, you prepped up the dogs. Oh, I see. Only got bit once, and it was your own fault. Yeah. Yeah, you were probably, when you were combing out the rough stuff, you were pulling too hard on it. But a dog will instinctively snap. He doesn't understand you're trying to help him. He thinks you're just annoying him. Right, that works. And this is where we can have our furniture and all of that stuff, and we'll work out okay. Okay, we've got a rough layout. I've got all of this done-ish. That one. Now I'll have to work on these. That'll have to be pulled out. Oh no, it's not that bad. But it's really gonna look horrible from here if I don't pull it out a bit. Just there and there, and then I put a new one in here. Not much to do. And this has to be finished, and the back end here. And there. No, not much at all. 2 in here. Yeah. There's not much to do, and the walls will be finished. Oh, the water got hot. Oh. Now. Let's see if we can get the smaller things out. Well, we got a good bit done. This was the slow work, but still. We did a good few tours, so as well, and did a good bit of chatting. A new trend here in the States, where those big pieces people take their dogs to, is putting it. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's horrible. When you say putting them to sleep, are the people asking for this, or are they saying, oh, your dog just died, and they put him to sleep? When they took some money, probably for a long stay or something. Oh, I get you. Right, and that stuff, yeah, can kill dogs. States, for those big places, people take their dogs to. Oh. Do you mean like they're purposely putting them down? Oh no, they give them stuff to make. Oh yeah, I get you. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, they kind of knocked them out, sort of. Yeah. Well, the regulation on that wouldn't be well enforced, so they'd be buying their anesthetic, really, isn't it? They'd be buying it maybe pretty cheaply, and some of it could have adverse. Well, to be honest, even with human beings, every time you get put under, there is a small chance you won't wake up. A tiny one, a very tiny one, but still, if you think, let's say, for every maybe million people that are maybe even more that go through any kind of procedure like that, don't come back, suffer from complications. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Maybe you're giving $5 a pop, for this stuff, and hang on, there's a guy on the internet that's selling it for 2. I need 1,000 doses, so I'm saving a lot of money, You're saving 3,000, Yeah, how well is it regulated? Even, one could say, even how well is the stuff for humans regulated? To be honest. But no, I would never get my dog put to sleep to get him groomed. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were doing the sides. No, I'm saying for the medication itself, yeah. I was just, let's say, kind of quoting an example. Let's say if you needed 1,000 items, okay, and there were $5 a piece, that's 5 grand. And if you seen another guy selling an item that would do the same job, you know what I mean, for $2 each, and you need 1,000 doses, you're saving 3,000. So that's a big incentive, for people to try and buy it cheaply. But usually cheaply is much worse. It could be made in a country with, as scarce as the regulation is in maybe Europe and maybe in the States, I'm not sure. There's some countries that would have absolutely no regulation. They could put pond water into it and nobody would bat an eye, Like, you hear these stories about medications being sold on the internet, which are extremely dangerous, And that's the stuff they're giving to humans. So if the risk, you know, let's say being charged with God knows how many homicides. You know, if you sell a product knowingly to someone and it kills them, and you know it, there's a good chance that would happen, and that's, I don't know what degree it's in. So if you're the kind of person who would do that, you would definitely not bat an eyelid to risk a dog's life, you know, or a pet. We'll build these out here because they're being a little awkward. That's a pretty decent fit, I must say. I wonder will the other one goes easily. No, I'm quite right, yeah. You know, because I've seen how business works. And it's pretty shady, to be honest, you know. Like, I've even seen some guys who buy stuff in, and out of, you know, saving a few bucks, out of, not even out of greed or trying to save a few bucks, just out of absolute naivety. You know, they wouldn't know what they're getting themselves into. But the majority would. But there is the odd guy that would, you know, just think, oh, well, you know, they can't sell stuff like that. You know, it'd be very naive. Well, they can, and they do. They do, yeah, of course they do. Ticked me off when the vet allowed our dog here to sit for hours. Oh my god. Oh my. Yeah, I think there should be a better system, really. But some of these veterinary surgeons are pretty cold when it comes to the animals they treat. Which is a pity. You know, I think really if you're gonna go down that career path, you must at least like animals, you know? That's like becoming a doctor and, you know, hating people. Do we come out? Depends on these two. Yeah, we'll have to come out a bit. But still, we should be able to get this easily enough. Oh, you see that twist? I hate the twist. There it is there again. See, I have to move it from the top, or it won't just jump up. That's not bad. Now, just a bit more. There. Not bad. When he was soon, the vet called us as soon as he was done so we could wait for him to wake. Ah! And he didn't. Oh my. Callous. Epileptic. Yeah. So the vet did all these tests on my dog. No authorization. Oh my. No. Of course not. You didn't ask for this. You didn't ask for this. Let's say that's like, you know, pulling into a garage to get gas, and some guy comes out and changes your engine. No. Yeah. That's not the way it works. Ah. They get put off if there's not a ton of cash in it, yeah. Don't they? But I needed my old plastic colour. Let's say Toby has I think it's a mental thing. He was 10 months old when I got him, so I don't think he was treated very well. Actually, I know he wasn't treated very well. But he's pretty okay now, but still, the scars remain, so he tends to gnaw at his leg, and he damages it, so every now and again I've got to make him wear, the cone of shame, the plastic cone. And it was getting a bit worn, so I said I'd go get another one. Well, I didn't know, the wife was looking for one. So she went into the veterinary surgeon in town, and she explained the situation. The old one is gone, and she wanted a new one. We didn't know this vet, and they said, "Oh, no, I can't sell you it. I would have to see your dog." So I just wanted the cone, but the vet wanted to see my dog, so they could charge me, like, it's quite expensive here, about 70, 80 bucks to see your dog. Or else, claim maybe 100 or 120 from insurance. And I said, under no circumstances. So I went to the city. I had some business down there. This was a good while ago. And I went into the first veterinary surgeon I could find. And I said, "Have you got any plastic cones?" "Yeah," he said, "Sure. What size do you want?" So I explained to him. And he gave it to me for $3. $3 for a plastic cone. She wanted, it was a female veterinary surgeon. She wanted, probably by the time I finished with her, maybe $100. So she didn't care, let's say, that she was, denying us that. She didn't care if the dog was suffering. For her, it was about paying her money. And quite a lot, yeah. No, she did not have to see my dog. I was just getting a replacement. She might have been a bit iffy because, I didn't go to her before, or, you know what it's like with these people. If they've never seen you before, they'll try and con you, because they don't care if you don't come back, because you're not a regular customer there anyway. But she was abhorrent, to be honest, she didn't care that, the dog had to suffer on for days more until I got to someone, who wasn't so spiteful and greedy. No, yeah. But I did read up on it a lot, and it's most of these veterinary surgeons is all a con. They will try here to get you to vaccinate your dog every year, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And they'll come to your house. Yeah, they'll come to your house. They're in cahoots with the local pharmacy, if you go in to buy shots or anything. But the stuff like, let's say, Parvo and the 4-in-1 shots, they get it when they're very young. I think 6 months, 12 months, and that's it. They're done. If you want to there's no need to, but if you want to when they're 2 years of age, but totally, that's it. But here they want to give it to them every year because it's a steady income. And, it's been proven, well, it's not even up for debate, but after your dog becomes an adult, the immunization shots, they're as protected as they're going to be. No, they won't let us buy anything now. They won't allow us to, to inject our own dogs. And it's not a safety issue. It's a money issue. Yeah, it's a money issue. Well, it's not the government did it. The It's nothing got to do with the government, and it's not a regulation, and it's not a rule. But what happened was, the pharmacies got in cahoots with the veterinary surgeons. You gonna know what I mean? And then they split the profits. You know. No, it's not rocket science. Yeah. So the government has done nothing about it, so I can't leave them scot-free. You know, either. But I'm sure they caused a lot of suffering, you know, with people who, you know, maybe have the $10, let's say, for the medication, but can't afford to give 50, 60, you know, $70. And their dogs had to go without, so they caused a lot of suffering with that. But the government hasn't stepped in yet, at least. But I don't like veterinary surgeons. I think they're greedy. Yeah, snake shots. Oh my. I don't think I could do that. That's pretty decent. And of course we're out a mile. Can I still see you, dude? And strangely, it's still not in. That looks to be what we need. Maybe needs a tiny turn. There we go. It looks pretty okay. They're nasty, but they need to be done. There, that corner is completely finished. Getting there. The snakes were a little different, I would say that. But everything else was not hard. Dogs are the easiest ever, you know, to give them their shots. They don't even feel it, you know, on the back of the neck. And, you know, it's not that hard to learn how to give dogs a shot, you know. Just be careful, obviously, you know, making sure there's no air bubbles and, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, slowly but surely it's coming together. But, you know, Hangman's Alley. Yeah. Oh, cats as well. Yeah. Ah, I never knew that. Yeah, it's just to grind you a little bit. I thought we'd... Well, we have to get it out if we're going to decorate. But the next time we're here, we should be building up on that bedroom. Then we'll have to make some choices. You know, on the layout. I'm sure we'll find something. Now. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay. How long? I've just a while to go to get my 6 hours. Although I always advertise for 4, but I always try and push for 6. Even more sometimes, depending on how I feel. What else am I to do? Yep, I've got lots and lots of time. But we got a good bit done. At least we got these out of the way. These were a killer. And they snapped in nice and neat as well. My part, the only reason the breeder sold me the part was that we had a vet not far away from him. For him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, he was pretty considerate. But I've seen the larger parts, and they can suffer actually from mental issues. Probably maybe if they're not treated right. I've seen it was in Germany, and we were doing what was it? I think it was water piping. But we were going through this guy's yard, and he used to have this huge parrot in this huge cage, largest parrot I've ever seen. But the cage had a circle on the top, where the parrot could kind of, stick his head out and look around. But it was, a typical birdcage parrot. But he would do it so much and so hard that all the feathers around his neck were worn away, and kind of like, where he kind of injured himself from time to time. But he looked to be quite unhinged, that parrot. I've never seen that kind of behaviour from a bird before. Goes to show you, doesn't it? Really? Yeah? Yeah, he was a bad owner then, wasn't he? I partly guessed. At the very least he could have doing something to stop the bird from harming himself. Yeah, pretty bad owner. Okay, I think we've saved it, haven't we? We'll get a tiny... I should be able to get one more of these pillars done, I'd say. Yeah, it's taking a while to get into build mode. But by the next time I'm back, I'll have all this finished. And definitely I'll stick into the bar. I'll have that covered over with something and have it looking reasonable, I'd say. There's a few things I could do probably with that to make it look a lot better. But number one would be covering these guys over with something like this. Well, eventually. Well, I'm not sure about that, to be honest. But I'll figure something out on the bar. But I've made my 6 hours, so I will do a save. Well, hang on, I've already done a save, so I'm pretty okay for a save. But I think I'll leave it here, guys, and get some rest. I was at that stupid Twitch stream for endless hours today and yesterday, but I think in 2 days I think I've had 4 hours sleep. So yeah, I think I'll try and get some rest and kind of accept that, that it'll have to work itself out, that I can't fix it from this end. Oh, hi Matt. What mods am I running? I'm on Xbox, so I'm using Snappy House Kit on this one. The glass you see and the water panel here is from another mod called SOE. They're pretty old mods, Matt, so they're still available and pretty stable and updated. So here I'm running on Xbox Snappy House Kit and SOE for this build. Yeah, that's just the Children Atom, the Atom water stuff. I used the Nuka World dance floor beneath. Why is my boy drowning in there? Oh, we're doing a raider bar. You know how the raiders like to have ghoulish bodies all over the place? Every 2 seconds on Xbox. Ah, you should see some of my larger bills. This is tiny. Yeah. You should see Spectacle Island. I've gone about maybe 25 times over the limit without any crashes. Mm. But there's a way around that, Chaos, if you'd like to know. Mm. I am well, and I had to dumb down my game. Oh, really, to make it playable? Hmm. Well, we're bringing in Hancock, and we're making it a kind of strip bar. These are dancing poles from the Mary Jane mode. So it's going to be a Raider kind of strip club bar run by Hancock. Yeah. Hmm. I kind of want to put in the work to build a massive Vault 88. It's not just that. 88 is the worst possible place to build in. It's mega bugged. Once you go out from the main area down those, it's really bad. Hmm. I can't step a foot down Boston. Oh, really? Crashing? No, I've had no problems. Hmm. I've had no problems, Chaos. Hmm. I will do when I do Vault 88. I'll keep it original. I'll keep it extremely lore friendly. Yeah. Oh, massively bugged. Massively bugged. Yeah. Like scrap everything. Well, I'd be dumping that one, Matt. Yeah, I'd be dumping that one. Hmm. From most people, it's massively bugged. Hmm. I cannot use scrap everything. You see, I do use a light scrapping mod called Scrap That Settlement. But the problem is, if you scrap anything in the game, Matt, that you couldn't scrap in vanilla, once your game loads up, it's expecting to find this thing. But it's not there anymore. And it can, get into an endless search as you're trying to play and crash your game. But even if you don't, let's say, scrap these things, even just having a scrapping mod in your menu can cause problems. It's a calculated gamble, let's say, with a lighter scrapping mod. If you can imagine, there's a certain script in the game, and everything is in the space it's supposed to be. Well, when you load up your game, everything is rendered again, and your script is expecting to find these things that you've just scrapped. Or so some of the modders tell me, at least. I don't know anything about modding. It works for me. But I bet on Xbox. Probably, yeah. But I've done much bigger builds than this. Some are slightly unstable, but no crashing. But you'll see, I'll show you one. I'll show you one in particular, which is huge. But I don't think you get away with this on PC either. Yeah, but for the crashes, yeah. I wonder what will happen if I uninstall scrap everything. Ooh, I don't know about that one. This is the biggest area I've covered here on Xbox, and this is obviously Spectacle Island. This has 20 assigned settlers and an absolute ton of animation. So this is on Xbox, so I'm not crashing. Now, I do get rendering issues, but that's not because of the overbuilding. That's because of the tree cells here on Spectacle Island. It's not the greatest place to build. So this is my cathedral build. It's a large cathedral and graveyard based on Salisbury Cathedral in the UK. And we're about 3 stories up here, to get a flat level on the island. And this is on Xbox, so Xbox can be pretty limited. Now, obviously, we'll take a bit of a hit when we hit the ground, but for such a huge build, it's kind of stable, you know. Oh, why, thank you, Matt. But if you want to get more out of your PC when you're building in Fallout 4 or your Xbox, number one rule is sleep. You know, rest. You know, let your game catch up to what you're doing. It takes time. What I usually do is I work till about 8 p.m. in-game time, and then sleep till 10 a.m. You know, it does sometimes, Matt. It does. I had to end up modding my game because I was having crashing issues. Oh, really? On the vanilla game, yeah. Well, you are always. This is a Bethesda game, after all. You're always going to get problems, you know, on these games. But we used probably about 85–90% of the island. Now, we will get a dip here and there, and we will get rendering issues from time to time, but considering what we've done, there's places, let's say here, in these cells where the cells meet, can be a bit dodgy, you know? Yeah, exactly. So this is our shrine. And these are just rocks that I glitched together. I got the rocks from a mod called Grounded. It's really old mod. I don't even know if it's still available. It probably is. You see the rendering issue? You see that? Now, you've probably seen this before. You know, you're outside of town in Fallout and you're a distance out. And you'll get that. Well, that's just rendering. That's totally because of the cell. I also have over 1,700 hours in the game and just recently started modding. Oh, cool. My last save in this game, and I know you won't believe it, but the guys here actually seen it. My last save on my last playthrough was 2,017 hours. And that one was lost due to cloud corruption. I have about probably over 10,000 hours on this game. Well, put it this way. I have between 7 and 10,000 hours, I suppose. Because, you know, one of my saves alone was over 2,000 hours. But, like, some of these settlements, this settlement took 240 hours, so it's very easy to get that kind of time, you know, on the game. But questing, yeah, probably about 2,000 hours on questing. But on that one I lost 21 settlements on that save. So that's when I decided to save them on, upload them and save them on YouTube. Because I can't trust this Bethesda anymore on their cloud save, you know? Exactly, yeah. Nice. I have about 7 to 10 on this. 10 to 12 on Oblivion. Most games I have a lot of time on. These days I've got lots of time, so, you know? On the hours I recorded in Fallout 4 here. This is our entrance. And we have... You see what I mean about rendering? When you hit certain spots, one of the cells blend in here going out. Let's say to the water. We have a winery here. A little wine cellar, I should say. But it wasn't until our very, very last day of building here that we started getting rendering issues. And once that happens, you've gone too far, really. And you have to kind of live with it, because even loading back from there, it doesn't really matter. The rendering will start from that corner. I'll show you where it comes in. There's a rock out there, let's say, with some water animation. You know, where the waves kind of, you know, crash against it. It usually starts from there. Probably, yeah, but it's the way the cells are designed, you know. What you're doing is when you're walking in a straight line, but you're flipping from one cell to another. So once you're walking fast into another cell, it's trying to load up that entire cell at once. And then you're walking straight back to another cell and it's doing that. It's flipping from one cell to another. If it was one huge cell, where it would give you a little bit of hassle for a little while till it, you know, render it up a bit. But it's multiple cells that can cause issues. And this is our Hall of the Dead. Now I had an update from Creative Clutter. So one of the candles was misplaced because of it, so I'll have to come back and fix that. It's always the same with an update. To mess something up. Yeah, it does go on a bit. I wanted one really, really big build. And I know enough about the game to avoid crashes and that, but I pushed it to within about maybe 50 pieces before it would explode, to be honest. I really pushed it. But I'm very, very familiar with this settlement and the problems on it. But then again, you know, this game is strange. You know, I could build here in vanilla and do just the minimum. And even at that, have even bigger issues than I'm having now. It's a gamble, basically. You know, every time you start a new game or reinstall Fallout 4 and go to a settlement, it's Russian roulette, really. Where is everyone? They're all in the cathedral. Mad. There's 4 gardeners out here, but the place is so big you can't see them. There's 4 gardeners here. There's a pastor. You see him right up there feeding some fish. And there's a guy on the bridge. There's 6 outside. But most of them are inside at a service. Yeah. You know, there's some of the gardeners there. But there's only 20 settlers here. No. I use Tesla coils for defense. Yeah, there is defense here, but not turrets. Yeah, if you want to mess up your settlement, yeah, just go and use turrets. They're nasty. There's a ton of bugs, you know, with turrets. But I do one save for every settlement, so let's say I would load up a new game again to do a settlement, so attacks are not a thing really. So that's the outside, and these are just, let's say, for the gardeners, you know, it's got their gardening stuff. But inside, that's what it looks like. Now we'll take a little bit of a hit inside. Modded turrets that run. Oh, cool. Now I only showed this one because it's the biggest one. But this is our cathedral. We've got to be careful in here. We've got confessional booths here.
You know what I call
This is a little bit
one that
is a little bit more skittish than the outside. You can see this taking a little bit of a frame hit. But that's because I'm constantly running really fast. Now that guy He's doing a little flying trapeze act, I think.
If you
Now,
need
sometimes
help,
we
just
can load
wait
this up,
for
and
it.
this is pretty smooth.
Whole place is run by robots.
Forgive me, Father, for I have downloaded nude mods. What was the old mods they used to use on PC? Well, obviously, I think they're obviously banned on Twitch. Lover's Lab, was it? That was they were pretty X-rated. So we've got our altar and we got our wine and stuff and candles and things behind. Now, we did build an upper section on this, on our balcony area. Well, like, even this alone would have been a strain on the settlement, to be honest. Let alone the huge gardens I've built. But I needed to get one huge build out of my system. But it does take a hit in here, to be honest. But we take our time, we should be okay. We've got our pipe organ and... Oh, hi So-So. Yeah, kind of glitchy. Yeah, but I am about 25 times over the limit, so... Normally, when somebody would try maybe even 1/4 of this, they probably wouldn't be able to load or save. You know, this is just Xbox. I'm running no mods to stabilize this, or, you know, not on a PC. But it's not even down to what you're using, as what the game can take. You know, you can be on a $20,000 PC. It wouldn't make a difference. You know, it's basically the game you got to worry about. On Xbox, yeah, I've seen settlements crash with 1/10 of what's on this. And if there's only one out there, right? Yeah. So here, I've done a library. Now, there was a guy here looking for books a moment ago, but it's probably getting late. We did a little Oblivion thing here with a secret room. And in there we put our beds. You know, like the Priory in Oblivion. But I couldn't decorate this. By the time I got to doing these beds, the cells have had it. And I had to finish up. So I could only get away with the beds. I think another 20 items, I would have been able to load this. Leave my debugger on Croc. You can see the frame rate drops, yeah. No, I didn't give them nice beds. They didn't deserve nice beds. They're heretics. And that's that one. Now, a really, really stable build, Matt. And this one is quite funny. Would be Croup Manor. We based this on the old Hitchcock movie Psycho, you know, Bates Motel. It later became a TV series, which was pretty much rubbish. Are you familiar with the old Hitchcock movie Psycho, Matt? But this is based on this, you know, Norman Bates. Yeah, well, this is based on this one. It is a classic, isn't it? So, this is our Bates Motel. So in this one, we made Norman a ghoul. So that's how he survived, you know, the war. And he set up shop here. And he's still murdering his guests, obviously. But this time they're Vault 111 settlers. Yeah. So this is a fix-up on Croc Manor. So I'll give a quick run. This is unbelievably stable. But that's because it's a single cell, you know? It's still an overbuild. It's a I think it's four-time overbuild. But still incredibly stable. So that's what it looks like outside. As I said, it's Russian roulette in these. So that's the outside, so let's go inside. I did a lot of fix-up and detail on the house itself. We did the murder shower scene. You know, the dead mother in the room. We did the whole 9 yards on this one. So, we actually put these crows up here as well. And that's a reference to another Hitchcock movie called The Birds. Probably even better known, you know, than the Psycho movie. So, that's our settlement sign. We have a large garden that goes all the way around. He's gardening there. Of course, we have our carport. Now, he should be painting. Maybe we'll wait for an hour. Sometimes you gotta wait for an hour just to kick them back in. And we've got somebody barbecuing over here. Yep, that's the UFO from the game. Yeah. You see, I start a new game every time I build a settlement mat. And I've probably reached the level. Let's say for it to appear. Now, inside, we have our Vault Dwellers welcome sign, obviously. I'll put some more crows here and there. This is a reception, and obviously Norman Bates is a receptionist, and as I said, he's a ghoul. So this is our reception. And I think you'll get a laugh out of this one. Now tell me, guys, does he look like a serial killer? Oh, you haven't found it yet. Would you like to know where it is, or would you like to discover it for yourself? I don't want to give you any spoilers. Yeah, that's Norman. So, I don't think he looks too much like a serial killer, does he? Now, let me just get some soda. Yeah, that's our Norman. Oberlin Station is a settlement. If you get to Oberlin Station, just behind Oberlin Station you'll see the crash site. Follow the trail of alien blood to a small cave. And inside you'll see the injured alien. He'll be cowering. Shoot him, kill him, and take his weapon and his gun. Yeah. He does. He looks like a perfect gent. So Oberlin Station is located on the left-hand side, about centre way. You pass pretty close to it when you're doing the mission with Nick Valentine and Dogmeat. It's on that railway track. No choice. Yeah, you have no choice. Yeah. No, apparently not, because he tries to kill you. So, this runs out into our kitchen area. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Oberlin Station. It's right behind, just in the trees. You'll see the crash site. It can be hard to find the entrance to the cave. So, it's pretty close to the crash site. So what you want to do is be going into your local map, kind of run around, and you might be able to see it. But the easiest way is to follow the trail of green blood. That's how I found it. But that was a long time ago. So this is our kitchen. And if you notice, all these guys are dressed in Vault 11 suits, and I have a reason for that, which will become apparent shortly. Our Vault Dwellers welcome sign. So let's get inside. Yeah. I have a video on YouTube that shows you exactly where he is. Oh, cool. I should cut it out of that video and make it... Sure, yeah, you should. You should make it a standalone video. Yeah, you should. You know, for anybody. Or other little things, let's say, that's hard to find. Yeah. It's hard for me to find stuff because I have a mod called... Ah, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It makes it, yeah, a forest overgrown with dense trees and plants. But it gets in the way of the views, yeah, the view, yeah. Yeah, but get a few more with it, let's say some other stuff. You know, maybe do some on the weapons, you know, where to find this weapon. You know, there's a lot of weapons in the game, like the Bold Overseer and, you know, the legendary weapons that you would pick up. That'd be interesting. And when you're doing it as well, and everyone who does these videos, and I hate it when they do it, they'll just do this, and they'll run to the gun. What you should do is, you know, you show exactly where you are on the map. You just go in like this, and you take your time. Show exactly where you are on the map like this, and then, you know, zoom out, zoom back in, take your time. And then look around, slowly, and walk slowly to where the weapon is, and pick it up. Rarely do you see anybody who makes those videos actually do that. They rush it too much. Nay, 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 nay. You know, they're running like this. And if they do show you it, it's for a split second on the map, and you don't have time to pause. You know, especially if you're watching on phone. And power armor. Yeah, and the power armor locations. That'd be good. Still at it and getting ready to go very shortly, Phoenix. Yeah. You can stop a video, Croc. Yeah, but when you're doing it on a phone with such small buttons and they're just on the map for like a split second, it's very frustrating. You know, they should take their time when they're making these. Yeah, exactly. Very hard to you know, use them. But if they took their time making them, they get a lot more views. But it's like they're on some kind of drugs, you know, they're really running really fast. Which Xbox do I own? I'm on the X series, Matt. But not for long. About 6-7 months, maybe. Maybe a little longer. But I've been doing these builds. I've done them on the X and I've done them on the S. And to be honest, out from loading times and getting away with a tiny bit more, there's not a ton of difference. But there's massive difference in loading times. That's the only thing, you know. So this is our bar. And that leads down to, let's say, our basement area, which we know that's a cell that we can't build in. And upstairs. We have our recreational area. And on the fireplace, I've used, you know, the old reverse painting trick. You know, to get that look on the back of the fireplace. That's an old one. We've been using that a long time. So that's our recreational area. Now we've also got our murder shower scene from the movie as well. You can use, yeah, the interactive map. Yeah. Yeah, Croc Motel. Bates Motel. We based it on, you know, the old Hitchcock movie, Psycho. Bates Motel. They did this TV series as well, so I think the movie was from 1960. You know, one of Hitchcock's better movies. I have SOE. I have Snappy House Kit. I have USO. I'll show them to you in a moment before I go, Matt. I'll just run through this and then I'll show you the mods. They dropped lately, which makes me wonder why. Yeah, I'll just run through this and then I'll show you the mods. It would be easier. So this is our shower and our murder scene. Now remember I said I dressed all the settlers in Vault 111 costumes. So that's our murder scene. Of course in the movie it was a little bit more dramatic. I know, I actually started laughing when I was making that. Now which one has the alien in? But only if you've seen the movie you would find it funny, you know? Looks very different, yeah. Lost a bit of weight, didn't she? I think she's on one of those Atkins diets. You know that? No carbs. Oh yeah, sorry we missed this. This is our music room. But you'll get a kick out of Norman's room. You remember in the movie he held his dead mum in a rocking chair, wasn't it? Oh, the Kato died. So that's our music room. Now, we've got just 2 guest rooms upstairs, and obviously Norman's room. Norman's room is right across, but I'll show you the guest rooms and we'll finish it up in Norman's room. So this is guest room number 1. And then across the way. Oh my god, if you guys had YouTube, go check. And this one. So yeah, 2 rooms. They're kind of similar, but then again they are guest rooms, so. Now Norman's room. Remember I said he had his, in the movie, his dead mum in a rocking chair. Well, we couldn't do that, but we did the next best thing. Yeah, behold, Norman's mum. It took 20 minutes to place that skeleton there. The skeleton is not static, so it caused me a ton of hassle. You know, every time I would put it here on the bed, it would do what I call the oblivion dance. You know, the collision. So what I did was, I glitched in some rubber mats here in the bed, creating a little platform on the bed. But after 3 or 4 tries, you know, we got it to stay here. But it's still not static. But I know it's not a very flattering pose, but it's the best one we could get. You should have seen the other ones. So that's Norman's mum. And of course we have the disturbing painting, the coffin candles, the wheelchair. And this is a little bit of Jack the Ripper stuff here. We have the doctor's bag, the medical cooler, and of course the exposed skulls with eyeballs. And this is Norman's idea of a party. We have tobacco, handcuffs, and oil. And this is my little joke. The home sweet home. But that's the best way if something is not static. And it's still pretty stable. But I was fearful, let's say, when I reloaded my game, and that it would move. But I got kind of lucky. You know, I placed a mat just high enough on this to keep it stable. I got away with it, yeah. And that's our Bates Motel. But you wouldn't kind of find this funny unless you've seen the movie, you know. But I was literally in tears when I was building those. But if any of you have never seen the movie, guys, I know it's old. 1960, it's what, oh my god. It's older than I am. But it's definitely worth a watch. And the birds as well. Oh, why, thank you, Matt. Pretty popular movie. Yeah, and the birds as well. I might eventually take a crack at, what did I call it, Bottega Bay? In that birds movie. But I just do the school and the playground and the birds, you know. That's the way I'd probably do it. Yeah, it could be done, but I wouldn't be able to use kids. I'd have to use adults. But that's it, guys. Oh, the mods. Somebody wanted to see the mods. Yeah. This is his good neighbor. Should look, yeah. Let me load up my original save first. I don't want to get any bugs. I've got to double load this. I know this from experience. You can carry over a lot of unstableness with you. You've got to load then from this spot. Don't ask me how it works, but it kind of works for me. The double load. Yeah, Snappy House Kit, Xbox. It has a bit of a learning curve, but you'll get used to it, Matt. Now, you wanted to see my mods, so I'll show you my mods before I go. I had to take down one build for some many quests were happening there. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Now, how do I get my mods again? There we go. Now, I don't run a lot of building mods, about 3 or 4. I run about a dozen-ish decorating mods, and maybe about 5 or 6 furniture mods, but all pretty small. You know the story. We only have 2 gigabytes, Matt, on Xbox. So here we've got, well, obviously I have the unofficial patch. We can ignore that, it's just ballistic weave standardized, so I can put it in any clothing. But I only use that for quests that I don't do in this run. Settlement electricity, I can guarantee all of these are working. They'll never bug out within reason if you're careful with them. If you use the exact load order and the exact mods that I'm using, with no other ones, I've done well over 4,000 hours with these and never had an issue. Never had an issue. 50, oh my god. I've only got 2. It's very good. Now, settlement electricity overhaul. Basically, it's just a tiny fuse box. Now, what it does is it provides you a crazy amount of power. You won't need any more power, trust me. But you don't have to use any wires in your settlement. No more wires for lights, for turrets, for anything, TVs, radios, the whole area. one of these placed in the center of Sanctuary is enough to cover the entire cell. But if you build it, Matt, and you're moving it, don't lock into it on build mode and move it under no circumstances. Store it and build it again. But in fairness, it says that on the mod. You know the story. Always read the mod. Now this is USO. So basically you need to start off with the USO base game core component. That's the master mod. And this is the pieces from the Wasteland Workshop. And this is your Season Pass add-on. Which allows you the pieces from the DLCs and stuff like that. So these three together. So I know zero about load orders or anything, but this is working for me through trial and error, and this is working perfectly. Never ever had an issue with this load order. This is Snappy House Kit Xbox, but it's widely available on PC as well. No, we do our own load orders on Xbox. We can't even get a mod organizer on Xbox. I've heard guys saying you can go on your PC, download a mod organizer on a USB, and then yourself port it over to Xbox. But I've never used a mod organizer. Yeah. Does console do everything for you? As for modding. This is SOE, Settlement Objects Expansion Pack. It's pretty good if you're into doing Institute builds. One of the settlements I lost was a synth factory, which I'll build again. And that one I based on the movie iRobot. That was pretty nice, but we lost that one. So that's Settlement Objects Expansion Pack. It's got a ton of stuff. I always use it for my glass and water panels and waterfalls and stuff. G2M Workshop I rarely use, and there's just some fish in it that I use from time to time. But you must have the Far Harbor DLC for this one to work. Grounded. That grotto that I built at the cathedral on Spectacle Island, I did with Grounded. It's mostly rocks and dirt and stuff, but if you're doing a natural build, it's really good. I would suggest you use Grounded with another mod called Place Anywhere, to be able to use it properly. Voltec Anywhere is just a mod that allows me to use Voltec pieces without actually having to do any of the quests. Yeah, but it's mostly just rocks and dirt. But the USO one is the best one out there on Xbox for trees. Yeah, you definitely. But on PC you get tons of them. But here, it's, as far as I'm concerned, #1 on trees and flowers and stuff. And there's a combination in SOE that's quite nice as well. Craftable Institute elevators, standalone mod for SOE type elevators. They're okay. I rarely use them, but they look good. Auto closing doors and gates. You know how we hate that settlers never close a door? Well, this solves the problem. It closes within about 5 seconds. Yeah, after opening. But on Xbox, there's not a lot of choice. They're kind of lower friendly. It is, yeah, it is when they leave them open. K-Core's Simple Mist Settlement Objects is kind of a mishmash of plants and bric-a-brac, basically. Not your average neon. Oh, what? That stupid Xbox controller. Not your average neon. The Silo House, Better Stores Xbox One, and Realistic Bar Items. Those 4 mods are basically neon lights, neon signs, bar items, and that's it really. They just do different items. So bar items, neon lights and signs, you know. And I use a lot of them in nightclubs and stuff. Renovated furniture Xbox is one of my furniture mods. It's okay when you're going for like that kind of clean look. It's pretty good. Crimson Rider's unique furniture, like the other one, is a kind of mishmash of several items, a few potted plants, and a few bric-a-brac items. Excuse me. Renovated Decorations Xbox One. This is a very old mod I have, and was my original one for doing carpets. There is carpets already in Snappy House kit, but from time to time I use these because there's a few rugs and mats I like. But it's definitely worth hanging around, keeping. It's got a few different pieces. Modular kitchens updated. I rarely use it, and I could never get it to download properly with the sinks. But it's pretty good, if you can get the thing to download properly. HZY furniture, not a ton. There's only about 20 items, but they're really look good, and maybe a bit flashy. You would need some kind of condo to put them in, but some nice stuff in it. But it's insanely big for the amount of items it has. So they're pretty high textured, Luminous workshop lights makes vanilla lighting 50% brighter. Snappable vault wall lights gives you extra snapping points on original Vault-Tec pieces. Colored workshop lights is very good. Oh, you were about to say. Colored workshop lights, they're really good. I like to mess with the shade and lighting outside on a settlement, and I would be absolutely lost without these. But there is some colored lighting in SOE as well, but it's intense. But you can use it in certain areas. I tend to use more. Old World Decorations is a poster mod. Happy Maker 9000. You might be interested in this, Matt. This comes in the form of an ordinary radio or a jukebox. And basically, once you build it on your settlement, you don't even have to switch them on. As long as you've got enough food, water, defense and beds, it will quickly raise your happiness in your settlement to 100. Even if you've got robots. Even if all of your settlers are robots. Even though robots are capped at 50%. Yeah. It will raise it to 100. Pretty quickly. It's the way it should have been in the game, Matt. You give them all the beds they want, you give them all the food and water and defense. They should be happy. This solves the problem. That's a sniper rifle I use for my settlers. This is just, stuff I put my settlers in, clothing and stuff. Nothing really got to do with building. Moved at workbench is pretty handy as well, Matt. Especially if you're really fixing up a settlement. What happens when you reach 100? That's it. Just caps out at 100. Yep. But what I would recommend... Oh, you have that. Did you notice, Matt, if you leave it too long before you move the workbench, it will seriously drop your frame rate when you try to move it down to the almost crashing your game in some of the settlements. So I would recommend that you move that quickly and hide it somewhere, and get it out of the way before you build too much. Well, with me anyway, with the way I build. That's just a portable jetpack I got from it's a Quest mod. The cheat terminal, I use this for all my materials because me fast travelling away all the time trying to find materials would take too long to build the settlements and would totally bug out my settlements. So I get all of that. Food and water supply crates. Yeah, yeah. But if you move it early on, before you build too much, and hide it in a nice place that you know you'll never have to move, you'll have no problems with it. Food and water plus... Sorry, I just got taken away for a while. Yeah, food and water supply crates. Oh my god, play the Nuka World. Overboss, you'll be happy. Hear your Commonwealth settlers complain. After that, yeah? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's just a phone call that I had to quickly take. Food and water supply crates. You don't have to mess about with any more crops. You don't have to assign any more settlers bulking your settlement out. Each one carries 5 food and 5 water. You just build them and hide them somewhere. They'll automatically feed 5 food and 5 water, depending on how many crates. Let's say 5, 10, 15, you know, whatever amount you need, straight to your workbench, so you'll have no leftovers. We all know about storing too much in a workbench. And your settlers are free to do other things and you don't have crops, you know, uglying up the place. I always use those. Very good. And nice and small. Stop settlement attacks. Well, I don't really use it anymore, but when I was building several settlements together, it was pretty handy. Scrap that settlement. That's my light scrapping mod. And the extra, living and dead. I can scrap trees and certain items, trash and stuff, but not buildings. But I only scrap trees and trash if I absolutely have to. Nice. All my settlers are starving. Oh my god. Well, it should be okay after that. Yeah. This is pretty good. It's a light, but as I said, use it sparingly. Only if something absolutely has to be taken out, take it out. But I use it only in emergencies. But it's about the best of the scrapping mods. Yeah, but it will totally mess up your game. Did you ever get bleed back, Matt, from that? Yeah, I got bleed back from that. I took out the houses in Sanctuary. I went away and built 2 other settlements. I came back in 40 hours. And all of the houses were back. Right up to my settlement. And second time around they couldn't be scrapped. Yeah, I think so. It might be a lot more stable on PC. But it's extremely buggy. Yeah, but it's so common we even have a name for it, Matt. We call it bleedback. Yeah. Yeah, we call it bleedback. It will happen with 9 out of 10 people. The longer you play with that mod, the more chance it is of happening. And when it happens in one, it just collapses. Yeah. So I find this to be a lot more stable. But as I said, playing with any scrapping mod is a risk. Disable minutesmen's annoying quests. And this one you might be interested in. Dogs, not Brahmin. This is very good. You know how Trash Kankara has that stupid Brahmin that stays on your roof in Sanctuary? It is, yeah, it is. Well, this changes all Brahmin, all merchants Brahmin, to dogs, just like the Minutemen patrols would have. which never spawn on your roofs. Not that I've seen anyway. But not only does it change, it changes the mold to the dogs. Yeah, it's called dogs, not Brahmin. It's extremely stable. It's unbelievably... I've never seen it bug out. I've never seen it fail. Think of the possibilities. You could make one of your settlements a hub, and you wouldn't have like 20 Brahmin, holding up the entrance. Yeah. But it makes all of the level 4 and all of the traders, Brahmins and the dogs, also your provisioners. It makes their Brahmin into dogs as well. This will settle it. Yeah. It's not buggy, it won't affect any of your mods. It's very, very stable. As far as I know, you can just throw it in anywhere, but I always leave it somewhere down at the bottom, Extremely useful. Extremely useful if you're starting to build up a lot of settlements. So it's called Dogs Not Brahmin. I'd highly recommend it. It works on all traders Brahmin and your provisioners as well. And this is just a preset I'm going in on Keanu Reeves. The Mary Jane Companion mod, I just got that for the dancing mods, to be perfectly honest. But it's a biggie, just for dancing. But that and a couple of furniture items is taking up 25% of my space. And Busy Settler Rugs, Xbox One. Just different animations, wanders, guys feeding fish, stuff like that. It's pretty good. It can be hard to assign sometimes. You nearly have to save what everyone assigned to make sure they made it to the place. I think the rugs might be a slight bit light, and when you build them, there's something in the way to stop the settlers from assigning. Sometimes if you move the rug, you can get them to assign. Place anywhere. I can't praise this enough. It's essential in detail building. It basically allows me to place one object within another, if you know what I mean. But it's much more than that. But if you're into building really nice, neat settlements, and if you're into building natural stone structures like caves, you won't be able to do without that one. Yeah, it's brilliant. Can't praise that one enough. Now, let's say if you're in a certain setting and you reload your game, it can be a bit iffy. Just go straight back and turn them on again, then off again, and that's it. The command is just still there. But anytime you think it's going sideways on you, it's probably because you reloaded your game without fixing the settings again. It just takes a while to click in. The Xbox One OC decorator is a very minor thing. It's only got about maybe 50-60 items that you'd probably never use. There was a few slide items that I used, but it's very, very handy, I suppose, depending on what way you like to build. But you'd want that one with the cheat terminal, to be honest. But I rarely use it. Creative clutter. This is very good. If you want to get, ashtrays and food items and, that kind of well-stocked settlement look, Creative Clutter is the best one on Xbox, in my opinion. And it's regularly updated, and it's some good stuff in it. It is a bit big, but there's a lot of stuff in it. And that's it. That's all of my mods, Matt. Every single last one of them. Now. Okay. So, yeah, I've got to go and do a store run as well before it gets too late. Almost 9 AM here, and I've been streaming 7 hours. No problem. Matt, my pleasure. Oh, why, thank you, Matt. Yeah, I appreciate that. So, I think I'll leave it here, guys. I will be back tomorrow, again. at the same time, and I've been alternating between two games, Fallout 4 and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So tomorrow it'll be Valhalla. I get a few hours in on that, and then we switch back to Fallout 4, and etc. etc. And you too. And thanks for hanging out, Roadrunner. I appreciate it. Yeah, take care and stay safe. So, and thanks for the follow, Matt. I appreciate that. That's really kind of you. So we'll see. Some of our friends should be streaming. We'll do a raid, and yeah, I will be back at the same time tomorrow, but not before saying goodbye to as many of you guys as I can. You know what my memory is like. So goodbye, Matt. Yeah, thanks for following and hanging out. I appreciate that. Have a good bright Irish morning, friend. And to you too, Matt. And stay safe. Yeah, I hope you have a great day. And of course you, Roadrunner. Yeah, take care and stay safe. I appreciate you hanging out also. Time for this American boy to sleep. For me, I've been streaming since 2 a.m. and it's, 1 a.m. 9. Yet it says 7 on this. Yeah. I'm nearly sure it was 1 a.m. I started. It says I'm on 7 hours. Oh, I stopped my stream. I did. I stopped my stream after an hour. We're checking something. I'm actually streaming for 8 hours. So, yeah. I'm actually streaming for 8. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a work day. 8 hours. Guys, you go for your walk in a minute. Stop it. I know I'm late. Just give me a chance. So, yeah, goodbye, Matt, Roadrunner. Take care, guys, and stay safe. Also, MJ, Tigger, Hufflepuff, Jill, Lady Grey. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, walk time. Yeah, they've been bugging me for an hour. But I swear, I think they know how to tell the time. I usually bring them about 8 a.m. and they're really ticked off now because it's about 9. So, let me see who else we have here. I did mention MJ, didn't I? And again, let me see. And to you too, Matt. There are 2 Pomeranians. You're spot on. Yeah, you probably keep them yourself, you know the back. They're Pomeranians. 2 very extremely bold, naughty Pomeranians. Now, let's see who else is here. Oh, to Soul as well. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Soul. Appreciate that. Guys, now, I said in a moment. Oh my god. This is why I stream late at night when those guys are asleep. They're practically ruining my life. Guys, last warning. Guys. Oh, and Phoenix as well. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the help, Phoenix. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, I'm a total dog person. Been keeping dogs for a long time. There's always been a dog in my family, you know, always. Going back for at least 10 generations. Now, and that's everyone I have on here, but I know there was much more. I think Lio is on tonight, and Lady Grey, and there was lots of other people. Yeah, we've always had dogs. But to everyone, guys, that was watching, I appreciate it. So, let's see who's streaming. I hope everyone has a great night and a great day tomorrow. So everyone take care and stay safe. Yeah, for a long time, Matt. I've been keeping, well, always really. But I've been keeping Pomeranians for the last 20 years. But let's say as an adult I've been keeping dogs for about almost 40, I suppose. Oh, TM. Hi, TM. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I was just getting ready to go. I didn't know you were on. Thanks for stopping by, TM. I appreciate it. Bye. Bye, TM. Yeah, well, we're just doing stuff on this, but I've got a rush now, but I'm going straight to a raid. I have to wash really quickly and get ready for some stuff. Man's best friend. Totally. Made humans, exactly. I think so as well, Matt. And you too. Stay safe. Okay, video's done. I was watching, listening to you. Nice one, Roadrunner. What would we have been without some... Yeah, exactly. Hunting with us. Yeah? Yeah. I would recommend, did you ever catch that movie Alpha? I know it's a bit of a stretch, but it's a good movie. Might actually watch it again. Okay, I'll leave it here, guys. And sorry I have to leave so soon, TM. I don't know if you've just arrived or if you were lurking. Alpha, it's called, yeah. Totally, yeah. Check it out. It's old enough, 5, 6 years old, so you should be easily able to find it. Where's the red ferns grow, Croc? Oh, the mutated ferns, is it? Are you talking about in Skyrim? Oh, where the red ferns grow? Ah, I see. Oh, I see. A dog movie. Oh, I'll check it out sometime. Yeah, thanks for that. Where the red ferns grow. Totally. Yeah, and thanks for that tip, Roadrunner. So, I'll leave it here, guys. And we'll see who's streaming. And I totally have to get some rest as well. I'm close to passing out. So again, guys, thanks for your time and hanging out. Totally enjoyed your company. So everyone have a great day. Now, let's see who's streaming.